God, I thank you for today. I appreciate that you're giving us this moment to discuss, to talk about Africa. Africa is our land, is our home. And it's true that we're going through a lot of issues, across the continent of Africa. And today we're talking about the Horn side of Africa. And we're bringing people from different countries in that side. So we just hope that this conversation will bring us together with all of our differences and everything that we don't have, but we focus on what we have and how can we improve, and how can we bring about solution, to this beautiful continent. Lead us, guide us with your wisdom. In your name I pray. Amen. All right, guys. So without wasting time, I already have two guests here right now. They're here with me in the room. So without wasting time, I expect a little bit more people. So let me just hang on right there to read comments. So if you guys are joining right now, I appreciate Masale. I see Maria Antoinette. I see Marit as well. I see HHHH and another name that I can't read right here, but I appreciate. Please copy this link, share with somebody. I have two guests here already. I see my brother Nuri from Sudan, and I see Red Sea Princess. Hit me up in the private chat. Let me know. I remember the name Red Sea, but I kind of forget the country. So please hit me up down there. And we're waiting for our other brothers from Eritrea, from Somalia, from the northern part of Somalia as well, from Djibout, and from all these places. So very soon we'll be there. And you guys, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to drop down in the comment section. All right, drop down in the comment section because we're gonna go through those questions as well. Some of the things that we'll be talking about today. For example, we'll begin with an update on Hassan Sheik, president of Somalia. You guys, know that we had a live stream during the election of Somalia, and also we're gonna have live stream during the election in Kenya because they're gonna be having election like in 10 days. So keep that in mind. And also, we're going to talk about how Afars and Somalia get along, in Djibouti and things like that. And I played on Sudan and anti-military regime protest and all this stuff. So there'll be so many things that we'll be talking about here today. And I just cannot wait to have this conversation. So without wasting time, guys, I already have 3 of my people right here. Okay, this is cool. This is cool. All right. So without wasting time, I'm just going to bring on my brother here. We have my brother Nuri. We have our sister right here, Red Sea, and we have how are you guys doing today?
Hello, hi Mika. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you, Nuri. How are you, my brother?
I'm well. I miss you, man. How are you doing?
Same here, man. It's been a while. It's been a while. I hope you're
Yeah, how
doing
are you
great in
guys?
this time.
How are you guys out there?
Hi guys, how you doing, Micah, Nuri,
Hey, what's up, man?
Awa? Greetings to all. Good to have you. Looking forward to tonight's show.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be a
Hey
great show. It's
guys,
good to see you,
nice
Wasame.
meeting you.
Yes, Red Sea Princess. What's up, Princess?
Hey guys, I decided to change up my name.
That's cool. That's cool. I mean, it's good to have you here. I think you're gonna be the only princess we have here today.
Representing Africa.
I'm excited for this. It's been a while. It's been a while. It's been a minute hearing your voice. So it's good to have you. And also we have Zakil Dick. Hey, my brother, how are you? Zakil?
What's up, Mika? Vipi? Unasemaje kaka? I'm
Hey,
doing well.
man. That's
And I
naendelea
see my friend
vizuri mkule.
Wasame Red Sea.
Mm-hmm. How have you been, my brother? It's been a
Najaribu
minute.
kufunza Wasame Kiswahili kidogo. I'm doing well, man. It's been a minute.
Yeah,
It's been
yeah.
a while. I think we've been planning this show for a while. And I'm good. It's good to be back. It's
Yeah,
always
yeah,
nice to
yeah.
be on Swahili Nation.
Indeed,
And
indeed.
I'm looking
Zakil,
forward to a nice...
you
Tell
know,
me.
Zakil, I think you need to join the Tuesday show. Like from Tuesday, they have a Swahili show at 9 p.m. with Paul. It's just Swahili show from beginning to the end. It's pretty good. You should join that show as well.
Thank you, thank you. Hopefully I will join. I never knew there's such a show, but now that I know, I'll be there.
Oh yeah,
God willing.
we've always been having on Thursday 6 p.m., but now we're shifting to Tuesday 9 p.m. So everybody who is watching, if you're interested in the Swahili show, Tuesday 9 p.m. we'll be right here live doing that as well. All right, guys.
Micah,
So
just
without
just
wasting
to add,
time,
Just to add to
Yes.
Zakil, he's based in Somalia. He's very knowledgeable about all current affairs Somalia, so he's a good person to keep around, and hopefully he will give us a
Yeah.
lot of sort of background information on what's happening in Somalia.
Indeed. That's what we need here today. I'm expecting a lot of fact, checked information, and we have a very great people here, amazing people. So it's gonna be amazing to have this conversation and to see how can we bring our people together. Because I believe the power is in the youth. We are youth. It doesn't matter who is leading. Of course, it matters sometimes, but as long as youth we come together, we speak the same language, the common language. As Nyerere said a long time ago, that without unity, there's no future for Africa. So we acknowledge that, we know that, and with all the issues that we're having on our sides, we still need to come together as youth, organize our youth, and speak the same language of unity. And I think that's where change will come. So what we are doing here today, it's very necessary. And me personally, it's my privilege to be here with all of you guys. I know we might not agree on a lot of things, but just the fact that we are all here together, to talk about our beautiful continent and our countries, that means a lot. So I appreciate you guys for your time and for coming here.
Pleasure all mine, Micah. Really looking forward to it. Go ahead.
Appreciate it. So without wasting time, let's start with our first topic for today. And I think it's an update. Last time, you remember, Sami, we had a very long, conversation. It was during the election. I appreciate for that as well. And we haven't had any conversation after that. So would like to know a little bit of any updates of what's going on in the side of Somalia after the new regime, came on the government.
Absolutely. So I'll start, but I'm sure our brother Zakil and Awa will also have some input on this. But if I could give you a bit of update. So obviously the election has happened. We are approaching, I think, almost 100 days now since the new president has been sworn in. It's quite astonishing and also sad to say, actually, the cabinet has not been appointed as of yet. This is something that's quite perplexing, to be honest with you. Any new government or administration, when they come in, they're usually very swift and quick to ensure the relevant cabinet positions and, at least the continuation of administrations and regulation and security apparatus is still, continues as normal. Usually with the fear, especially in Africa, is when there's a transition of power, what you're trying to avoid is to create some sort of vacuum which enables certain characters or groups that are, benefiting from insecurities to, create a very insecure situation. Unfortunately, the report that exactly been the case. Just in the capital itself, we can start off Mogadishu. There has been, several attacks, muggers, people being mugged, or even sometimes killed for simple things like mobile phones and just small, pocket change that they have in their pocket. And one of the reasons for that is since this new president has been appointed, Somalis all over, to be honest with you, have been extremely skeptical and worrisome that this president had a certain backing from foreign countries and other groups that would benefit from Somali's current predicament or insecurities to continue. And as a result, he has shown that he has appointed certain people as the head of the security. And the previous head of security that was with the previous government has highlighted that, one of the concern he has was the person that the current president has appointed has actually links with the terrorist group called Al-Shabaab. And as a result of that, a lot of people are sort of worried now what's going to happen. A lot of people haven't been attending their government position, including police officers and other sort of security authorities, because they don't know what they've not been giving sort of leadership communication in terms of what they need to do. So some people don't know whether they're going to continue in their current capacity. Some of them haven't been paid. I've received confirmation that, for example, the military, certain commandos have not been paid last month. And again, that is quite worrisome, because once people are not being paid and you put yourself in a dangerous position, like, working at police or army, you're putting your life at risk and you're not even getting paid for it. So that creates a situation where certain people don't even feel necessary to attend or put their life further at risk. there's been a high increase of terrorist attack actually by Al-Shabaab, not just in Somalia, but actually also neighboring countries, Ethiopia and Kenya as well. They've carried out attacks. And, I've listened to several security experts that specialize in terrorist groups, and they've pinpointed one of the reasons we are seeing a resurgence in attack Al-Shabaab, because they feel very emboldened, because the accusation is that one of their guys have been appointed head of security in Somalia, NISA, secret intelligence group. And on top of that as well, a lot of the police and army personnel are, unsure what to do, because the new president or the person he appointed as prime minister hasn't come ahead and sort of, ensured to say to people, either continue your job as is, or you're going to be replaced, and they have actually replaced it. So there's a lot of uncertainty. I've also heard people that have left. There's a person I was talking to just last week Thursday, who's a doctor. He runs a hospital, but he had to leave there because he said, look, there's a lot of insecurity. There's a heightened sort of tension around the city, and as a result, I don't want to put my life sort of at risk. And he's actually a surgeon and carrying out he's a cardiologist, actually carrying out very complex heart surgery. And now, as a result of that means patients are suffering now, because certain appointments have to be cancelled. So in a nutshell, Micah, without going too long, I do want to give our Awa and Zakir some chance to have some input, and hopefully anything that I forgot they can add to it. It has not been very positive. It's not been a good start. And just to add one more last comment is, as soon as the president has been appointed, he's been carrying out a lot of foreign trips. Very quickly, he ran off to UAE. He's also visited Egypt and other neighboring countries, Kenya more specifically. And the worry is, like, while he's so focused on going these foreign trips, why is he not focusing on actual internal issues? You would think normally administration will come in, make sure the internal affairs are in order, and before engaging in any foreign policy or anything else. So that's the worrisome. There's other points I want to touch upon, but I do want to give Awa and Zakil a chance to speak. Go ahead, guys.
Exactly. Appreciate for your insight, Same. Awa, do you want to jump in?
I mean, thank you, brother. You pretty much summarized everything. Mika and everyone on here, like, when Somali people tell you that Al-Shabaab is a foreign entity that is funded by foreign governments, like, believe them, because we see it every day. Specifically with this president has been pretty much supported by the US, the UK, the European Union, Egypt, the Emirates, all these countries. And, the past 5 years, Al-Shabaab has been pretty much pushed into certain regions, especially in the lower Djibout region. And so it was easier if the previous government came in and continued the security situation and the military engagement that they had with Al-Shabaab would have been destroyed. But this is not what these governments want. They don't want Al-Shabaab to be destroyed. They want to continue to use Al-Shabaab as a destabilizing force in Somalia and also in the neighboring countries, and continue to use Al-Shabaab as a tool to create hatred and animosity between neighboring countries. Like, for a long time, Ethiopia and Kenya thought Al-Shabaab was some sort of Somali entity that Somali people, welcomed, which is not true. Obviously, the vast majority of deaths are happening to Somali civilians. They're constantly attacking shops and hospitals and cafes. So, for the past 5 years, Mogadishu and the surrounding cities were having a very, people were investing in business. It was booming. The diaspora was investing in their building new homes and things like that nature. And then all of a sudden, this guy comes in that was supported by all these countries, and the security is, it's going downhill. And the fact that he appointed a guy who has links to Al-Shabaab as one of the security heads is a red flag for everyone. They're just like, what is going on? And the previous security head gave him all the files of all the people who have links with Al-Shabaab, and specifically told him, when he appointed this guy, he said, hey, don't appoint this guy because this guy has links with Al-Shabaab. But he ignored it, and the guy's still there. So everybody's like, okay, so this Al-Shabaab people, this fake president, we actually we didn't even have elections. I mean, I don't know if you guys talked about how the elections went and how it was, pretty much a takeover of the government, basically. It wasn't an election. And, only about 200 people elected this guy. So it was more of a selection than an election. But if you want to call it that, I'm totally fine with that. But, you see what's going on the ground, how these people are linked together, how they have these foreign connections, how now Al-Shabaab is getting, more emboldened to attack cities and neighboring countries because they know that the internal security apparatus is not going to do anything to stop them because one of their guy is there. So this is what we're dealing with, Mika. I hope you guys understand what's going on.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Go ahead, Micah. Sorry.
This was Sammy. You wanna add something?
Actually, before I want to give Zakil a chance, but I'll also follow up on some of the points that Awa mentioned.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Zakil, you want to jump in and share a little bit about that? If there's anything that is left out that you want to add to the updates of this current regime and what's going on? Zakil?
I mean, thank you, Mike. I can hear you well. I hope you guys can hear me as well.
100%.
To be honest with you, there's a lot to say about the current regime in Somalia, but some people were telling some Somalis, to be fair, were telling each other to give the new administration probably some time to get their stuff figured. But in this presidency, we have seen something. It's different from the other presidencies because he's actually the only president in Somalia to serve 2 terms, although not consecutive. So we already had a picture of who the guy is, what he's done before. Although the situations were different and the scenarios were not really different from each other, this guy kept on the same road, kept on the same. He brought in his friends from the cold, and 5 years is a long time in politics. So they had a lot to. So I will not say revenge, but they did make some reprisals with the appointments, the selections, making a whole overhaul before even a government was assembled, which was not assembled to this day. The first thing he did was change the national security and intelligence director guy, brought in his friend. So we already had a taste of what is to come. He also had an electioneering slogan of Somalia at peace with itself and peace with the world. To be honest with you, Somalia lost its glory days some 3 decades before. Somalia is not in a position to go international when there's so many things wrong with the local environment. So in order to avoid his responsibilities at home, he takes time to be a part-time traveler. He is no longer in the country. It's expected. It's not the best of scenarios. It's not something we hoped for. But we live with what is there, and we are Democrats at heart. We are back in Somalia. Somalia is the only homeland we have. There is a lot wrong that I can point out, but I'm one of those people who are skeptical. At the same time, I cannot blind myself to everything that's going on. I also live within the region. I live in Mogadishu myself. I might travel back and forth, but that's where my residence is at the moment. And it's not in the best of shapes. Just like what Warsame said, what Awo said, I totally reaffirm everything they said. And I several times I wanted to interject, but whatever I was going to say was already said by the 2 of them. I'll be chiming in.
Yeah. I appreciate Zakil. Wasame, you want to add something before we move on to the next topic?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a minor points. So Brother Zakil already mentioned the new president his first few appointments. In fact, actually, I would say the first appointment was the appointment of the National Security Intelligence, and the way he went about it is you could sense it was a sense of revenge. And normally these people, obviously, because they work in the National Security agency, their protection is also important. So they have certain bodyguard and security that look after them. The way he went about it to make sure to strip the security from the previous guys that were working there, effectively putting their life at risk, where they had to literally be smuggled out of the city because the new guy that got appointed, he's out there for revenge. So apparently anyone that has worked with the previous government needs to be persecuted, or even their life put at risk. And that's what we're looking at. And unfortunately, as Sakil mentioned, and I as well, is this guy we know, the president, we know who he is. He's not new to us. And some people, as Sakil said, was saying, give him a chance. But when he was president last time and now Somalia, there's a big difference. There's a good governance. The governance has improved. Somalia is actually in better shape. And yet here he is, doing the same things again, bringing some tribalistic element to it as well. So his appointments have been exclusively from his family, people that have absolutely no knowledge or prior experience to what they hold in some of the positions they have been appointed to. And it's quite actually disappointing. It really is. End of the day, I don't want this president to fail. This is my country, he's my president. And I know Awa mentioned in terms of the election process, I know Awa is a flawed. Everyone can see that this is not necessarily the best practice in terms of how to elect. But this is what we got right now, and this is what we had previously. We just have to deal with it. But unfortunately, it also creates a scenario where certain people are sort of funded in order to be put in this position. But as I said, I don't want this guy to fail. But unfortunately, it's looking that way. We're close to 100 days. He hasn't appointed. The cabinet hasn't been appointed. He's been more focused on traveling. If I can touch upon the last few things in terms of his traveling, it's also telling who has funded him. For his first trip was to go to UAE, United Arab Emirates. We've all been saying that the UAE have had a great interest in a negative way about Somali affairs. They have been funding certain so-called politicians who then go and create a lot of chaos and obstacles just to create insecurity vacuum in Somalia. And the other thing as well is I want to touch upon, hopefully we will have some people from Eritrea coming into this talk. We might have mentioned in our previous discussions, I don't know if you can remember, if I can give you a quick background. President Formaggio has sent a certain number of personnel, military group of guys to be trained by Eritrea, and the plan was that they will be trained over there and brought back after they finish their training, about after a few years, so they can then be tasked to actually fight the remnants of Al-Shabaab effectively, make sure the security of the country improves. We've seen the last few years and a half a lot of propaganda and fake news that have been said, specifically from people that are aligned with the TPLF group and others, to make a complete false lie to suggest that somehow Somali sent army to fight the war that was happening in Eritrea, which has nothing to do with it. I mean, these kids were based in Eritrea. Everyone knows that is the case. In fact, the base was there in Ethiopia, sorry, to fight in Ethiopia. So everyone knows that wasn't true. The current president, when he was not president, just to oppose Formaggio, he jumped on that lie. And he was saying, yeah, these kids have been killed in a foreign war. The irony is, when he got made president, Formaggio gave him those documents that, confidential, because obviously even the numbers that was sent there has not been disclosed to the public, because this is a confidential matter. We don't want to, obviously, people, groups like Al-Shabaab and other terrorists to know this kind of number. And when he was shown this, instead of, accepting that he was part of a lie, a propaganda, he just completely denied it, and his people are still to this day denying it. And that's the irony of it. So he had to travel and meet Afars in Eritrea, where he got shown these kids that were training, and they're going to finish their training soon, and they can be brought. Some of them already been brought back, and others will be be brought back to Somalia. And you would think at least he would show some sort of humility and to say, look, I've engaged in a lie, but it doesn't matter. But the point is, these people cannot differentiate being in opposition for political reason and the national security. So I don't want to delve too much into it. I just want to say that. And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no worries at all. I appreciate, guys. I appreciate. Well, Biggie just joined us as well. Biggie, it's good to see you, my brother.
It's good to see everybody. So I could not join. I'm still preparing my show, the diaspora show.
Oh yeah.
So I was in the process. So I was just trying to get some focal points. I guess you guys have been discussing more of the engagement of the Horn of Africa. So if you can brief me real quick what the questions are, and if I can answer, because I saw you texting me to join. So sorry about that.
No, actually, the questions, Biggie, because you have an access to the stream. The questions are here on these side notes, and we are going one after another one. We started with an update on Somali's election, and right now we're gonna move on to the next one about an updates on Sudan and the anti-military regime protests. So when we reach to the topic of Eritrea or Ethiopia, then that will be something that you can cover. On the banners, you can check out on the banners. You can see all the topics. I just wrote them there down on the banners. You can go through them. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate guys for that recap of what was going on. What is going on in Somalia. There's a lot of things we'll be covering here today. So right now we're just going to jump to the next one, and that is an update on Sudan and the anti-military regime protests. So Nuri, you're next. Why don't you give us the updates on that? You remember last time we had a conversation about those protests that the people of Sudan, just to give a little bit of background, the people of Sudan, they came together to protest against what was going on in the country. Basically, they were saying no more to all things that have been happening for so long time in Sudan. And we had covered that in the past. And today we'd love to have a little bit of an update. And maybe you can give a little bit of facts check, behind the scene, because a lot of people, they're not here. Maybe they don't understand what's going on. So if you don't mind to share with us, Nuri.
Hello again, guys. And hello also to Prof. Biggie. It has been a very long time. From our last discussion, if you remember, like how promising and how like very optimistic people were. Now in Sudan, honestly, there is a very strong disappointment after the president of Sovereignty Council of Sudan, Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, break the agreement between the TMC and FFCs. TMC is like the military courses, Transitional Military Council, and FFC is like the Forces of Freedom and Change. So after this agreement has been broke by Burhan, signed then it was in 25th of December. Signed then, people were protesting against this break of agreement, and last 3 weeks, or even it's already 4 weeks from now, in the 3rd of June. Actually, 3rd of June is the day, is very important day in the history of Sudan. When it's commemorate the coup of Omar al-Bashir, and then and also like people were protesting annually after the protest of 2018. Like annually, they make millionaires in this day. So this year we did it again, like month ago, and as every year, like unfortunately many people have been killed in this protest. And so and now of course, after this massacre that happened, the Transitional Military Council and Janjaweed is the rapid support forces by the chief of Hemeti. They promised to leave the force for the parties to take over the chief of the transitional time again, but unfortunately it's just a promises for a very long time. Nothing they are saying this, but nothing is changing. So people are keeping protesting, sign these dates, and unfortunately nothing is happening. So like this is very brief of what's happening in Sudan. Of course, people in the beginning of the protests were as you remember, I told you, like, we have been chanted for unity of Sudan and unity of all people without any tribalism of all, or any type of distinguishing between the people in the Sudan. But now, after all this time, well, there is some optimism, honestly. But the thing is, the military is still taking over the country, and also, unfortunately, the parties of Sudan, the civilian parties of Sudan, are not agreeing. Like, this is also giving the transitional military council more force by not being agreed of the civilian parties. So now, the last talk of Burhan on the TV said, like, we will be waiting for the civilian parties to be agreed, and then came with an agreement, with a new agreements with us. And they taking that as an excuse, as you can say, as an excuse to continue taking over the country and taking over the chief of the transitional period of Sudan. And like, let's remember that this transitional years must be finished in 2021, which was the last year. But as you can see now, it's even worse than the last year, unfortunately.
Yeah. So Nuri, you say that things are actually getting worse right now.
Well, yeah, because in the last year, there were the same agreement between the TMC and FFC, but now, after the 25th of December last year, the agreement has been broken, and now we came back to the first line, or the first step, to make an agreement between the military and civilians powers, and this is the problem. So now the civilian parties are divided into two teams. A team that's saying to the transitional military forces, like, let's come back to the agreement that we had before the 25th of December. And the other team says, like we don't want any type of agreement with the military forces, and we want Burhan to leave the presidency of this period and leave it for the civilians. And and now this is type of disagreement between the civilian parties themselves. So now this is why it's kind of like worse. But as I'm saying always, like, as it's the difficulties born, like the difficult times, like easing the way to a best time. So let's say, yeah, let's just be optimistic now. Let's at least, and see what's gonna happen in the next days or weeks, let's say.
Yeah. Appreciate Nuri for that update. Thank you so much. We're gonna move on to another update from Biggie. We'd love to know the updates on Nuri. I'm gonna mute you for a second, a little bit. For Biggie, we'd love to know the updates on the Ethiopia, Tigrayan, war in that region, and as well as the recent killings that have been happening, of Amhara people in that region. Any updates that you could share with us?
Really,
And then
on the
after that, I will go to Mwenda Tezi. I had, guys, this was not planned, but I had to add someone from Kenya, because Kenya is pretty much related to so many countries in the Horn of Africa, right? When you talk about Sudan, Somalia and other countries, Ethiopia and all those stuff, and as well as Kenya, they'll be having election very soon. It's in like 10 days. So after that, we'll have Mwenda Tezi to share with us updates on Kenya's relationship with all these different countries surrounding it, as well as the coming up election.
Okay. Just a quick update on. I don't have very specific on what went on of the massacres and everything else. There's still a lot of investigation that's been going on. But the very surprising announcement that came in was on Thursday, 28, that Ethiopia announced, the government announced Ethiopia is ready for unconditional talks with the TPLF anytime, anywhere, and that's the statement. So this the government announced in the Tigray leadership, regardless of the date or venue for negotiation, and as well, the federal government said, "Hey, we want to talk to you," and it is led by Redwan Hussein, the Prime Minister, National Security Advisor. Okay, and he made this announcement during the Horn Special Envoy of the UN, the EU, and all the US, as well the ambassador of the US, France, Germany, Italy, and the UK. You know, still, we have outside interference, and the first thing that I would advise is the first initial talk. Okay, if you really want to go on a peace talk, is between the federal government and the TPLF. And there was a saying that as TPLF being the anti-Ethiopian movement and not being inclusive, that all Ethiopia matters for Tigray, even though they said, yeah, we believe in Ethiopia. So they have this double double-edged sword that they press you on each end, you're still going to be hurt. Okay, this is not really a win-win situation. But at least it's been announced, and now TPLF is kind of shocked because this been announced by the same people that supported TPLF during this 2 years war. So the fact that they said they're ready, and now TPLF have a condition, okay, and their condition is that they want the Kenyan president Uhuru to be the mediator, okay, and their condition is that they want U.S. to be included, they want European EU to be included on the negotiation. So they're trying to get this thing formulated, and we don't know where the agreement ends because it's supposed to happen at the end of June, okay? But since they got their own precondition that they set by the WHI government, president of Tigray regional state, so his commitment ending the war with peaceful means, however, he said he put the condition. Again, we're looking at involving other, I mean, African to African, I have no problem, okay, within Africa. Definitely, if the president of Kenya chairs it, we just want to make sure it stays within AU, because the AU is the one that really been trying to get this peacefully, and it should happen within Africans. Now we're involving a lot of the outside the continent, and I don't know why they keep putting their hand, but we know why of the interest. So to see which end will get what, because at the end of the day, is somebody is going to have some kind of win-win situation where now Tigray is going to be recognized internationally, which is wrong, because Ethiopia is the one that is really representing Tigray. So this is going to be taking some time into really nailing down, who's going to be at the meeting of negotiation and who's going to be leading it. This is where we stand right now. So this is the big bold move. Okay, surprised at TPLF because it was a hard stand that we're not going to be negotiating with another terrorist organization.
Yeah. Appreciate Biggie for that update. I hope you guys who are watching right now, maybe you're new, you don't know this place. Don't forget to hit subscription button. Like, share this stream so that a lot of people may get to know what's going on. And we're doing updates for those who have no idea what's going on. All right, so this can be an opportunity for you to know what's going on in some of the countries in Africa. And this is just the beginning. Another day we'll have a live stream here just with East African countries, West African countries, South African countries, to just fill the whole continent. And then at the end of the day, we'll have everybody coming here together. Let's move on with our brother Mwenda Tezi from Kenya to give us an update on Kenya's relation with neighboring countries, specifically, the side of Horn of Africa, and the election of 2022, which is going to happen very soon. And I hope Mwenda Tezi will be right here to cover that election, because there's a lot of things going on, and we would love to be live on that day to cover every single thing that is happening in Kenya. Welcome, my brother.
Yeah, thank you, Mika. Yeah, actually, Kenyan elections are long. They take almost a week. So yeah, if you can help, we'll be here. Yeah. And also, I'd like to say hello to my brothers and sisters from. My brothers, I don't know if there's a lady, but my brothers and sisters from Horn of Africa. From the Horn of Africa. Yeah. So, to give any updates, let me start with my Ethiopia, my brothers from Ethiopia, my brothers and sisters from Ethiopia. I think we just signed a power purchase agreement, which means that Ethiopia will be exporting, I think, 200 megawatts of power to Kenya. I think it was just signed this week. So yeah, that's one of the big updates I've had when it comes to Ethiopia and Kenya. And when it comes to maybe my brother in Somalia, I think the President Hassan, he just agreed for Kenya to sell cut the farmers of, there's a region in Kenya called Meru who are farmers of this plant. And I think the borders have been opened between Kenya and Somalia. So yeah, I think President Hassan is being, ever since he just joined power, and I think he's been on a mission to mend ties between Kenya and Somalia. And so far we have just seen the effects. Maybe the trade has been opened, and we are seeing the border also starting to get opened. And we have also seen him in the East African Community meeting. He filed an application to join the East African Community, which has been received. This thing has happened before, but what's changed now is that it has been received with a lot of positivity, and which was not happening the last time. The previous times they have signed. So there's people are saying that it's a huge chance because of the positivity it has been received, and the word is that it's going to be fast-tracked, and we'll be seeing Somalia as part of East African Community maybe very soon. As what is the word? That is the mood that I'm reading from the politicians in East Africa. So when it comes to the election, we're having an election. I think before
election, I wonder, what do Somalis that we have here in the group feel about that? Because I think we didn't talk about that, the relationship between Somalia and Kenya. I know that there was a lot of tension, in a couple months ago, and we did live stream about it. But you said some positive things that are happening between these two countries, and I wonder what you guys feel about. Well, Sami, how do you feel about what just Mwenetezi said before he moved on to another topic?
Thank you, Micah. Yeah, I just want to say 2 points. If I can start off with the mirror situation. First of all, the tension, it's not between the public, it's just the political stuff. We feel like there is a political interest from from Uhuru Kenyatta and others to interfere with Somalia. But beyond that, what the issue is, CAD is effectively a drug stimulant that has been affecting a lot of people in Somalia and other parts of Africa. There have been a lot of scholars and others, health officials, that have been trying to say, look, we need one way to sort of limit that. So President Formaggio, from the advice of other health officials and leaders, has gone ahead and actually put a stop to that. And as a result, the current Kenyan administration has somehow made a whole political issue about it, and they try to support anyone that was against President Formaggio, including Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, who's been became a president recently, and he's gone ahead not. I want to point out is he's not doing this just to amend relationship. He's only doing it through self-interest because he has received funds and donation from his campaign, and also to although the khat or mira trade has continued, the issue is now there are people closely aligned with Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, the president, who are the intermediaries, and they actually taken a cut on it. So effectively, this is a family affairs, and even the ones the people that are making money, the average person, are actually being affected. There's a lot of talks, and I'm sure Zakil and I will talk upon them. The people that sell the card in the capital and other parts of Somalia have actually complained that the price of card has been increased. So what's happened is the intermediate people that have been close to Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud have added the price on top of it, which means by the time they arrive in Somalia, they cannot add any additional price on it. So they're losing out. That's one thing I want to say about the Mira situation. The other thing about East African community is, look, I'm always of the belief that we need to become part of the community, the neighborhood. So the more alliances we make, the better it is. However, I am against, and I want to push against the comment of that is being well received. I think a lot of people in Somalia, and I'm in touch with people over there, is they're really concerned how the president has gone about it. I mean, he hasn't appointed the cabinet, and he went there to travel to say, I want to admit Somalia to the East African community. It begs to wonder, it begs the question of why is he doing that? How is he going about it, right? It looks like that he's against the Horn of Africa alliance, the tripartite alliance that President Formaggio has signed with Ethiopia and Eritrea. And he's doing it just to create another type of alliance. And so I'm concerned, although I do believe in the long run it's good to have a community where we're trading with the neighboring countries. The concern is that Somalia doesn't have a lot of export right now, and as a result, from an economical perspective, what benefit are we adding to the East African community? Right? You would think at least until we come up to a certain level, it'd be good to join. So I feel like the reason the president he's doing this is purely for not only political reason, but also from self-interest, and he's actually benefited from it, and it has not been well received. I just want to add to that point.
I want to push back a little bit that before I give back to Mwenda Tezi. Me personally, I believe, and I hope that at the end of the day, the countries that is on the Horn of Africa, including Ethiopia, Eritrea, Djibout, because all this side is also eastern side of Africa. I hope at the end of the day we can have the whole community enjoying in East African community, because all these countries are also in the eastern side of Africa. So if a Horn of African countries and they want to have that association, that's okay too as well. But also I believe it is important for these countries to join the community of East African, because to be honest, when you see in the Africa, it's one of the strongest community that we have so far, and at least going towards the right direction. And I would love to hear your thoughts on that. I know you've mentioned about people being skeptical about this, kind of like a move that is going against the previous president, but what would you say about that?
I absolutely, Micah. I want to re-stress again the point I made earlier. I am of the belief, and a lot of people are, we need to join as a community. We need to, for us to join East African community, it serves not only our best interest, but also in the wider region, the East Africa region, and also maybe Africa. Currently I reside in Europe, right? So I understand what the European Union bloc means, right? To freedom of movement, freedom of trade. So I see the benefit of that. I don't believe in isolationism. I believe in reaching out and joining other communities. My only preservation and skepticism was, the timing of it and how it was done. It looks like this president is going about it just to undo or do something different that the previous government has done. And that to me doesn't spell out a long-term foreign policy goal. It just stems from, I'm in here now. So imagine this, right? So he's doing this for 4 years now. If he loses the next election and someone else comes in, does that mean he's going to take it out of the community again? So where is our long-term vision on this? And that is my concern, right? He has not come in and made the case to the public. Right? He has not allowed the prime minister or the foreign minister or his other cabinet appointees, if he does it, to make the case to the public. It's just him doing it, and that is my concern. And I push back to what is the reason he's doing it. And so far we've seen with the Mirror, for example, with the Kenya, is he has people in his that are closest to him, advisor, benefiting him financially from such a trade. So that is my only skepticism. But to go back into it, yes, I do believe in having a community that we're part of, free trade, freedom of movement. I'm all for it, 100%.
I got it. Thank you so much for clarifying
I
that
I
one.
have a I have a question for him,
Mm.
and this is a question for all my brothers in Somalia. Okay, um, Somalia went through a lot, through a lot. I mean, I cannot mention how much the Somali people really suffered. But now that we're trying to bring, now we're up on the level of elections and everything else. Don't you think something like a collusion happened? That there was an interference in the election process from the
Yes,
get go? Okay,
absolutely. Sorry,
so
do you want to finish off or shall I jump in?
yeah, I'm gonna learn something.
Okay.
So if my Somalian brothers and sisters, including me, Ethiopian Eritrea, are looking at this some kind of collusion, what's the next step that we have to take, especially from the diaspora aspect of it? We have a lot of connections. What is the next step that we have to watch from this government? For every move that he's going to be doing is already set and done, and they created a path for him. It's like a little laissez-passer and do whatever he wants to do in that region, because you got to follow the money. And if you follow the money comes where? It comes not from the continent. I'll leave it that way. And it doesn't come from the eastern side. So I just want, my asking is, what's the next step for the next 4 years? What Africa has to watch? Because Somalians are African, they are my brothers and my sisters. And how can we help?
Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. And as you said, yes, we have been suffering, and some of our own doings, and others, unfortunately, it's a situation that we've been facing for quite a long time. But we've come a long way. In regards to your question, it's an excellent question. Like you said, follow the money, and you will see where it comes from. And it's not only from East Africa; it's coming from UAE. And if you look at above UAE, it's coming from Britain and other European countries, Sweden and others, who have a great deal of interest in the current insecurity, or the situation that we're in Somalia. um, what we're doing about it, all I can tell you is, having observed the situation, or at least the temperature of the political sort of radar of Somalia, is there have been greater deal of participation, especially from young people, showing great deal of interest in Somali's situation right now, and they have engaged themselves in. If you actually look at the number of MPs that have been selected in the last few years, the average age has actually been decreasing the last several years, which is an indication of how young people are joining in. It's not to an ideal level, unfortunately. Still, old people are still sort of in certain positions, but it shows you that a lot of young people are participating. And as for your question from the diaspora, again, looking at, ever since Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud, the current president, has been appointed, he has been receiving great deal of criticism, and has been predominantly from the diaspora people, who have been calling out, reaching out to certain organizations or other countries to try to point out what he's doing. All of these things I'm saying to you is because people have been pushing out, and he has actually felt it. Some of the people that have been closely aligned to him have actually expressed that they've actually surprised of the level of pushback they have received from the average Somali people. And to me, that is an very important and very positive thing to witness right now. I don't want him or others to think that they're going to get a free pass, that they can do whatever they want. So although the average person might not have all the necessary tools or power to bring a big change, but 4 years is a long time in a political arena, and also 4 years in the real world is actually quite a short time if you think about it. A lot can change, but also a lot can be stopped and changed about. So in a nutshell, to say to you is, be rest assured that a lot of Somali people are now actively getting involved. I remember there was a time when I spoke to a lot of young people, Somali, not long ago. I'm talking about more than just over 10 years ago, where they said, you know what? I have been watching Somalia suffer for so long. I have no interest in it. I'm talking about people that live in diaspora, right? Because to them, it's like, what's the point? There's so much thing wrong. Right now, it's like, listen, I have seen a glimmer of hope. I can see where we've come from. If you just look at the last 10 years, Somalia, where it was at, 2010 to now, is a huge difference. It's not great, don't get me wrong. We're still behind the rest of the world, But to me, on the inside, when I look at it, I see a big difference. But still, when I zoom out, yes, there's a great deal of things that I need to do. But all I can see is that a lot of people now saying, listen, what can I do to go back into it? You know, I've seen doctors that go back. I've seen engineers that say, listen, let me go back and, you know, build certain cities, not only just the capital, but other parts of the country. So, you know, there's more to be done, brother. So, and I appreciate it. If I can say one thing, Biggie, to you, a comment, an interesting comment that you made earlier about the TPLF group, there is a certain semblance to what we've seen in Somalia already in the later part of the 80s and early part of the 90s, a group that has taken hostage and occupying parts of the country, claiming they have been subjugated or been attacked. I mean, I'm not denying certain suffering hasn't happened yet. And then also receiving the backing from Western countries, arming them, and then forcing the government, the central government, to sit down on a table with them, effectively giving them the power of negotiation. I have actually seen that happen in Somalia, and that's the issue right now. To this day, we're having in the northern part of Somalia. Britain and others are funding the people from North Somalia, or at least some people in North Somalia, and it looks like they are, you know, all their demands are being met just because they have all the power. There was a Secretary of Defense of Britain, former Secretary of Defense. He went there to the north and he armed them. He gave them weapons, and then after he got sacked because he was involved in corruption in Britain, he went there and said, you know what, I want Britain to recognize the north part of Somalia. And it shows you, like, you know, he was Secretary of Defense. So that means he must be working with them, funding them, and then encouraging them to be seceding from the rest of Somalia. So, you know, Britain has made their case clear. There's the embassy they have in London. They even built, they call it the Britain office in Hargeisa, engaging with them separately. And I fear the same thing might happen in Ethiopia if obviously certain concession and reconciliation is not done. That's, you know, Ethiopia might be divided and certain group will be given the total power to control a certain region. I just want to see your input to that. Do you think certain similarity in that sense?
So for that, just a little bit short, because I need to move on with.
I do apologize, Franco.
Yeah. And panelists, you can check the private chat. I'll be communicating with you guys there. So just check as much as you can. Yes, Biggie, if you want to respond to that a little quick, and then I'll move on with Nuri and then Mwendatez.
Yes, absolutely. There's a similarity. It's just we don't learn from our past. We kind of ignore the past because there was so much suffering and dissecting it. But again, out of the past, we understand this certain path that happened, and it repeats over and over. How can we stop this chronicle? It's I call it a crime to humanity in that region. A crime that so unjust. There's no justice for crime. The justice for crime in Africa is not dealt with. So we let it run and run. But again, we're so much lucky today we have this opportunity to discuss about the matter that matters the most for all Africans. Because that region, that Horn region, the West is in the Atlantic, but the Horn is at the gorge, at the Red Sea. They cannot afford any destabilized country. That's our power, because they don't want Somalia to go on a pirate being, you know, in the past. They don't want Eritrea to go the same way because she's got the water. They don't want Djibouti to go the same way because, for example, one ship blocked the whole Suez Canal. It was just an incident. But, you know, the way we get aware is as we demand. Our mind question that. All Africans question that what happened that day when that ship blocked the whole thing. So that tells you that region, they lost, what, $10.5 billion a day. So that shows you how important that is. If you didn't know if it was important, now we have something that happened, you know, as an accident. But can you imagine that whole region goes AWOL? That's going to hurt the West, I guarantee you. So that's why they want to have control on that Horn of Africa. One, Eritrea is not controllable at all. Ethiopia can play around and dance around because of the population that we have, and at the same time, the pressure that Ethiopia gets and the home of AU. So we have to have a different approach by learning in the past and go forward with low-hanging fruits on what we can build, our strength, our unity. That's the security that we seek in the region for the people in that region. Because a scared population is always in the defense or in the hiding because they're scared of what's going to happen. But right now, we're not at that level to be scared anymore. We can voice ourselves. And here's the platform that we even have. There are several other platforms that discussing the issue on the Horn of Africa. So again, for your answer, yes, it's a similar situation that we see in the past and coming forward in a little different nuance or different interest way, put it that way. So now we got to be patriotic for Africa. We are patriotic in the interest of Africa. That's our engagement. That's how we get engaged. And this is, thank you, Mika. I took a little bit longer, but this is the way I see it. We got to get engaged.
Yeah, there you have it. Nuri, do you want to add a little quick for a second, and then I'll move on with Mwenda.
Well, what just brother Biggie said is very, very important. He said like patriotic. You know, I was going to just comment when he said patriotic, and then he said for Africa. So he made me calm down a little bit. I mean, what I always feel like our patriotism is the problem, like the nationalism. The nationalism we have this this nationalism that affect our understanding of the environment we are. You know, we're always like forgetting that we are a part of Horn of Africa, and focusing in our very tiny group or tiny borders. You know, so yeah. And what I wanted to actually comment from the beginning is what our brother from Somalia said is the interest of Horn of Africa, because you know Sudan. If we connected with the past, Sudan has joined the League of Arab States. And now, after all this time, people are still starting to recount like why we are here in the first place. You know, if there is no unity in the Horn of Africa, and all of the countries are, you know, have a relationship with UAE, UK, or something, and then we disregard our environment, our place, we just go lost. And this is what's happening now actually in our region. So yeah, and this is what I wanted actually to say, that our relationship, the relationship that we have, we can see like the TMC of Sudan, the military council, is tightening its relationship with Emirates and Egypt, and making conflicts with Ethiopia, for example. You see how is it going? So yeah, this is it. I mean, the interest of the region more the interest of the individuals or the national state that we have now.
Yeah, appreciate it. Let's have our brother Mwenda Tezi to finish up with the updates of Kenya's election and how things are going on there. And if there's anything you want to respond to what has happened, just a little quick, you can answer that and move on to another topic.
I wanted to respond to my brother from Somalia. I think I understand first of all, let me talk about the Mira. Mira is not a harmful drug. It is just a stimulant like coffee. So if you can drink coffee, then you shouldn't have any problems with Mira. It has not been proven to do anything wrong, and it's actually a cultural plant that planted by the people around Meru. Yeah. Also, I also wanted to say that you should not be resistant to trade. I think promotion of trade is always something that is good for people, and it's also a very huge incentive for people to have peace. Like when you have, because you forget that maybe there are also many Somalis in Kenya. They are, in fact, in East Africa, there are millions of Somalis, and some of them are my friends, and they have been celebrating this events or these things that are happening because they see that this is a good way to promote trade between their country and East Africa. Even I'm sure that there are businessmen in Somalia who are also celebrating, like, oh, so we now can have access to other markets that are bigger, that like the whole East African market, So trade is always good, and there's also the border towns. And when you have border towns like Garissa and who are also, which is predominantly a Somali town, and they also benefit from when there is trade. So trade is always, you should not be resistant to trade. Trade is always a good incentive. It will also prevent people from joining. When people have access to trade, or it prevents people from joining other means of make money when they can just, okay, you can do this trade and you can make a few coins here and there. So yeah, that's what I'm just trying to say. And it also brings safety to a region. So after that, let me go back to the elections in Kenya. Yeah, Kenya is having an election in, I think, 10 days. I think it's the next Tuesday. After the next Tuesday, this is this next week Tuesday. Then the next Tuesday after that next week is going to be the general election for Kenya. And it's so far it's not been troublesome. I know people have been anticipating chaos, but I feel that I don't think it's going to be chaotic. I think it's going to be a very peaceful election. I think I'm going to have to celebrate the politicians for this time, because the politics has not been the usual tribal humdrums, but a bit of issues, actually, issues of the economy, issues of Africa, issues of, actually there are some who are talking about decolonization, that and it feels encouraging when you have presidential candidates discussing decolonization on the public stage, right, the national stage. So yeah, that is so it's been a very great interesting election period, and it symbolizes maybe a change in Africa. Maybe this is the mood that's going to change also in other elections, that these pertinent issues that we talk about here in One Africa, that it's good to see that also our leaders have noticed them, and there is actually a conversation happening in all levels. So yeah, that's really what's happening. So yeah, I don't know the date specific. I know the day because it's written in the constitution. But yeah, that Tuesday we'll probably have the election. It will probably be challenged. Kenya is Kenyans. We are very litigation. We like going to court for things. So it will probably be taken to court because somebody may be somewhere, and that's normal, because that's we should also have. We should also have faith in our judiciary, which we do as Kenyans. So yeah, so that is it. I think I don't know. I don't think
question.
I can add anything.
Yeah. A question for you, Monetezi. Monetezi. What did you guys learn from the last election? Because the last election was kind of disastrous. A lot of people have been hurt.
No. I think that is the 2007 election. I think people always mistake. Kenya has actually had two peaceful elections after the 2007 disastrous election. But the last election was actually a huge benefit for constitutionalism in Kenya, because it was actually nullified by the courts, which was it was the first election in Africa to be nullified by a court. So basically, that was one of the reasons why in Kenya we have a very strong judiciary. That the judiciary showed its strength, it flexed its muscles. That no, here we are a country of laws, and if you don't, it doesn't matter if you're a president or you are a common mwananchi or a common person, all of you have to adhere to the law. And that was a great spirit that was shown in the election. And in fact, in the last 5 years, in Kenya, the judiciary has actually been stamping its authority against, politicians who go against the law, because they think maybe, they're used to the normal African days, those African politics. It was just a good wake-up call that no, we're not there now. We are different. We are moving forward, and so that's what I think the judiciary has learned, because the last 5 years, actually, most of the cases the government has gone to court, it has lost. Like majority, they say it's 90% of the government. The president has been losing cases right, left, and center. So that's actually a good thing. That's why I can say that even in this election right now, there's already been cases in court. The politicians have already gone to court competing, and that's actually a good way of settling disputes. When you have a dispute, you settle it in court. Don't start inciting people. So that's actually a good sign that even right now, even before the election, we've already had many contestants already going to court, and some of them have already got court orders in their favor. So it's so that's why I say it's just a promotion of constitutionalism, and it's also a good way of showing that, hey, this is we solve our disputes in court like civilized people. We are not going back to inciting people and saying they have stolen from me, and all those things. So yeah,
I appreciate Monatezi for that. Guys, we're gonna take a little break right now for 3 minutes.
Can I say?
And then we come back with let's take a break a little bit first for 3 minutes, and then we come back for the another question. And for any question as well for the panelists, feel free to drop it in the private chat so that we may have because we're running out of time, so that we may be able to cover everything, and then I can just simply ask them right away. So let's just take a break, and yeah. Family, I'm back here again to give you updates of the GoFundMe, Swahili Nation One Africa funding, how it has been going. We have raised so far 3,305 euro. And you guys, that our goal is to have 25,000 euros. So we still have like 22,000 to go. And it has been a month now. I just want to appreciate every single one of you who have donated something to this cause. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for believing in the vision. And thank you for taking one step to actually be the change that Africa needs. In order for us to reach this goal, in order for us to do our work properly, in order for us to continue to actually act upon all the ideas and visions we have, we still need your support. So I know some of y'all have donated and some of y'all have not yet donated. So I'm kindly asking you guys to do that. So all the time that we have been talking and sharing about this is going to be the year of action, we meant it, everything that we said. And this is the moment that you can be part of it, participate in the action of transforming Africa. Having an office, guys, is more than just sitting on the chair, the desk, and do the work we're doing. But this is going to transform the whole atmosphere of the work we are doing. It's going to transform the image of Swahili Nation One Africa and how we operate our day-to-day activities. So help us out to get this place. Help us out to continue to create content that we're going to release out there that will defend and protect the image of Africa. Help us to be official. Help us to stand for our brothers and sisters, Africans, who every single day are dying and there's nobody to stand for. We have taken all the risk and we are ready to be accountable. We're ready to be responsible for our people. We're ready to fight for our people with everything it got. We're putting our lives on the line to stand for our brothers and sisters who are suffering right now. So far, we have been trying our best to fight. We've been trying our best to reach out to different organizations. We've been trying our best to speak out, but our best is not enough. And so we want to expand. We want to have office, the place where we're going to have all the lawyers. We know we have a lot of Africans lawyers out there who will be willing to actually contribute to fighting for our people. But help us with this first stage of having an office so that we may continue to do the work that Africa deserves. Africa needs change. And we have decided to change first and to go ahead to transform this beautiful continent. My people, my fellow Africans, we cannot do this without your support. Spread this word, share it with everybody, share with everyone you know, and tell them that we need your support. Be the change that Africa needs. Sometimes you might not even need to be here on the continent, but because of your donation, will help us to stand with you, to stand for you, and fight for our people here. I appreciate, guys. Thank you for your generosity. Thank you for your giving, and thank you for your heart. I love you so much, and I promise you that we'll see that one Africa in our generation. Okay, man. The link is in the comment section right now. You can click that link, and you can support however you wanna do. It's very important to stand together in this as well to help us to continue to do the work we are doing here from the office. So if you love what you're doing, just contribute. All right, this is the year of action, and that's how you can actually contribute in this move and what we're doing. Somebody in the comment section asked, Kenya isn't Horn of Africa, why is their flag included? Man, Kenya is Africa, and Horn of Africa is Africa as well. But it is important to put Kenya here because a lot of talks that we might have here, for example, even the talk that we are talking about, the new leadership, Kenya was included somehow. So it's important to have somebody from Kenya who can actually respond to that, and as well as, if you look at the title, it's Horn of Africa plus Developing One Africa. So since Kenya is Africa, then it can be there as well. And anybody from any part of Africa can can be here in this conversation today. Let's not this community that we have, like Horn of Africa or East Africa or West Africa, let's not that stop us from interacting with one another. You know what I'm saying? I hope we have people here from West, from South. I hope if you're not coming from the Horn of Africa and you're in this live stream, please let me know in the comment section, drop your country flag and I'll shout out here, because that's what it means to have one Africa or developing one Africa. And that's what we do here. So before I move on with our next question, Zach, I believe you have a question that you want to ask about Somalia and Kenya relations.
Yes, I do. It's not as much as a question as my own suggestion. I have lived in Kenya. I have family in Kenya. Kenya is actually one of the countries that Somalia could have a special relationship with. I believe most of the teachers, of the teaching professionals in every other institution in Somalia that I've gone to was actually taught in by Kenyans, and I know of many Kenyans in the northern parts of Somalia. So as Somalis, first of all, we are Somali, we are East African, we are African, and Africa is our business. Somalia has never been an isolationist. We have greatly contributed to the formation of the African Union, to the precursor of the African Union, or the organization of African Union. If you look back and you get your history right, Somalia was part of the Morocco group that wanted the formation of the organization of African Union. So for Somalia to simply move away from East Africa, that I think was that is something that Somalia did not intend to do so. But also as a people, we like to live with our dignity intact. If you look at the case of the East African community, Somalia's application was rejected in 2016 due to its insecurity and the political turmoil that exists in Somalia for the last 3 decades. At the same time, South Sudan got admitted to the EAC in 2016, and as recently as April of this year, we've seen DRC also included in the East African community. So if we were to join the East African community, then we would like the same yardstick extended to us. There have been talks of Somalia trying to join the EAC even in 2018. I have not seen any documentation that suggests otherwise or confirms the same. That is that. Also regarding CAT, I am sure most of you know CAT or may have seen research about CAT or documentaries, the many documentaries on YouTube and whatever made of CAT. It's classified as a Class C drug in the UK, and it's also banned from entry into the United States under the Federal Controlled Substances Act. So for someone to suggest that khat is not a harmful drug, is a stimulant like coffee, I think it will be disingenuous at best and outright misinformation at worst. For a stimulant to take effect, you'll only need a cup of coffee for you to function in a day. But for khat, you will need to sit down for at least a minimum of 4 hours for you to feel the mild high that you get from khat. And I think Mika can attest to this. Khat is effectively banned in Tanzania for a couple of years. Also, if you go to where culturally, I'm not demeaning anyone who uses khat. I know people who use khat, but for it to be a cultural thing, you'd have to be either a Yemeni or Harari. You know, Harar in Ethiopia. I know most of you will understand Harar. So for something, a drug that we spend more on than our national GDP, and we get nothing in return. Somalia is a country with the longest coastline in Africa. We have so much seafood and fish. Our fish does not get transported into Kenya. Its bureaucracy is lined up. We can't get even papers to export fish. Sorry, but for us to be getting the khat, we need something in return. As you know, we are entrepreneurial people in nature. Wherever we are given the opportunity, we set up businesses. As far as South Africa, North America, Asia, you name it, we are there. So for us, freedom of movement is something we are really keen on, given the weak nature of our passport and our foreign ministry services. We will benefit greatly from the free trade in the EAC, but we also like some semblance of, you know, we want to be on an equal footing with everyone. We cannot be subject to indignation, and Somali passport holders, I should say, get the worst treatment there is. For us to be at peace with the world, we need to be at peace with our neighbors. And for me, the Hon Alliance, actually, there was a beacon of hope when the Hon Alliance was signed, because for the longest we've been embroiled in a conflict with Ethiopia during the leadership of the TPLF, not so much with the leadership of now, and Eritrea. We've been a good friend to Eritrea, and Eritrea has extended nothing but cordial friendship towards us. So, sorry, I'm getting some messages.
Yeah, there's
to my friend,
too much noises where you are at,
yeah,
Zaki.
Maybe a quiet apologies. Place. I'm in a public place. Apologies. I will now move towards my vehicle. So make
Zach, we just lost Zach in a moment.
The peace of our brethren, wherever they may be. So we really hope it will be a successful election. Some of the candidates are known to defend a divided Somalia, but we will let it slide for now. But I want to tell my good friend Monetenzi, that we cannot equate khat to coffee, for God's sake. Thank you.
Okay.
My brother, let me.
Can you respond that in a second? Yeah. Move on to another topic.
You see, my brother, you are quoting European and Western standards of media, but in Kenya, it is not considered harmful. And in Kenya, we have people who have been taking it for centuries. And if it was considered all these effects were happening, it would have been very obvious and we would have known. So I'm quoting my country's research from my own country and from my own government, because I know when it was blocked from the UK, that was a political move, and it was even in the news. It was more of a political move, and also those are all political moves. So you cannot really quote them, because I know they were doing that out of politics. But in Kenya, our own research, our own people here, our government has approved it and has said that these effects are not existent, because there is a whole culture around it in Meru. These are people who have been growing it for centuries. It's their cultural, they export it, they grow it, they use it, and it has not affected them. So that is just what I can say about the issue of cats. But we can disagree.
We can disagree. We can disagree. Yes.
No.
Right.
One thing.
I'm hopeful.
Guys,
I'm hopeful you have had the chance of the right of reply, but I've also looked at the local statistics here in Kenya. You know what's also very prevalent in Meru, the county where they have the highest Mira chewing people. There is also social disintegration. There is alcoholism. I know you cannot all equate to the use of cat, but cat at all makes you unproductive. It takes up at least 5-6 hours of your day. It's not something that you can really function with. That's why you tend to see a lot of youth who uses it. Show me somebody who is well off, rich, and has a status in society that chews cat. I'm sorry to say that that's something when I do not hope for Somali people to take. Thank you.
Yeah, can I say something on that? Just
Yeah,
something
shortly.
in the chat, okay, in general, has been taken in the social environment. You don't have someone, unless he just went, the taxi man became just chat dependent. That's all he does. He just went on another level. But the 6 hour, 4 hours that you're talking about are people sitting down. We're talking about from on the low level onto the highest intelligent level. They sit down and brainstorm themselves. And when they brainstorm, you are on the highest level. It's not about the high that you get from the chat, but it's the gathering together and talking about things that they can do. So the West doesn't want it because we're spending 4 hours in your time, like we're spending 4 hours in discussing on any issue without chat here. That's what they want to ban. Like Mondetezi said, it's been done for centuries. For me, when I took my high school diploma, ESLC, for me, from French translating to English and taking it in English, I took some chat I never took before. But what it did is it does enhance your mind and concentration. And I was able to really learn a lot faster within 24 hours. I'm not promoting it, but at the same time, what the effect is, because I didn't take it just by myself. It was my best friends, my cousins, and around we were questioning each other on physics. We were questioning each other on chemistry. We were like at each other. What if this question comes? It make you discuss. Chat is not something. It became very what do you call monetarized, and that's all because chat was the cheapest thing you can buy, more than beer, more than alcohol. But again, it was effective for people to communicate. But then it became a fashion, just like shisha. The hookah now is all over the world. It was very limited, but now hookah is everywhere. But the danger of hookah, smoking that for 45 minutes, is very harmful to yourself. But again, and it's smoked also in community where they can discuss. So our gathering for intelligence, our gathering for different ways of thinking, it puts you on a higher level. So do not take it from whatever that they say, oh, this is bad. Listen, you got marijuana that's been really promoted. Marijuana is, you can do it individually. You just get high and have your high right there. But it's legalized, okay? It's legalized. But do you see
In
people
that,
that's going to be not working? No.
in that,
So you
in
have
that,
to look at it.
Biggie, in that we have to also remember that a lot of countries in Africa, they don't allow that. Some countries, so we have to keep that in mind. I think in this topic of cuts and everything that we're talking about here, we can agree to disagree. Just to move on from this topic, right now. But also we should be aware that even in Africa, there's a lot of countries that are not allowing their. I mean that I know in the US it's kind of different, and maybe some other places. But in Africa, there's a lot of governments that are still not allowing it because of the effects that it does to people, right? The way that people taking here on the land is different. I mean, I don't know about other places, but here on the land, it has a massive negative impact to a lot of people who are taking, these drugs we are talking about right now. And I think a lot of governments have been trying to stop it, and not even stop it. It's not legal in Africa yet. I don't know about Kenya. Maybe the new president, the guy who is planning to legalize marijuana, I don't know if he become president. Maybe it might be the country that is going to allow that. But a lot of governments are not allowing it because of the impact that is causing to a lot of young people, specifically here in Africa. So in that case, I think we need to consider that as well.
Yes. At the same time, remember, Mika, all these things comes from the order of the West. It's not coming in from within Africa. This comes from the influence of the West, and this influence is like, why they're legalizing marijuana. Okay, but again, it comes to the question about Africa being a poor country, and people have time in their hand. The only thing that they have is to discuss among themselves. So do you want them all to be drunk? No, they don't. They cannot afford being drunk. At the same time, the religions don't allow them. Okay, there's certain effects where it came from, where the chat has been banned, and why. That's the question. What they're legalizing other drugs, okay, that are more harmful, more out there, and then when it comes to chat, the mildest thing that you have, because you're spending some time. So that means if you got time, it's your entertainment, right? They legalize all these drugs because you are really have time to do so. They call it personal entertainment. But chat is like a society that gathered together. It was not supposed to be in everyday things. But again, like I was giving you the example, it became out of hand in certain ways. But if we keep our African brothers and sisters busy, you don't have time for chat. Chat is not important. What is important is what are you going to get out of chat, because it does enhance your intelligence on questioning. It's a stimulant, but not a drug as other drugs can do you wrong and harm. We're talking about time spent.
Is it possible to have, like, when we're talking about chat right now, but is it possible that it might have a different impact and effect on different people? For you, it might increase that stimulation of reasoning and thinking and questioning, but for other people, it might have a negative impact. Is that also possible? Is it evidence that we have, let's say scientific based evidence that shows that it's something that can be can have that kind of impact effects on a person?
Yeah, and again, take it from what they labeled it. They labeled it as being a stimulant. Okay, it's a stimulant, and that stimulant.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead, Jesse.
My brother, you're talking. My brother, the problem here, and in many countries, is that you don't want to solve the actual problem. So
you're having issue with your mic. We can't hear you. It's doing the same thing like it did the other day.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Or you can hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. Try to speak.
Oh, okay. I was talking about the issue. African governments are really, and not even African governments, because this thing, cat is legal in Kenya. It has never been illegal. But what I can tell you from African governments, even, is that they see the poverty in their people. And now, because that person, as Bigia said, you're saying you're not fixing the issue of poverty. You are saying because this guy is poor, he doesn't have a job. You think because now what he's doing to pass the time is what you're blaming. You see, because now you see a lot of jobless people doing it because that's what they don't have jobs. That's what they're doing to pass time. You're looking at that instead of giving them jobs. They're not refused jobs. If they had jobs, there's nobody. If you have a job, you're not going to be doing that. As Bigia said, you'll be busy. But because you don't have jobs, because the economy are doing bad, and now you have a whole lot of youth who are passing time doing these things. Even if you're not doing that, probably even if they were drinking coffee, we'll be blaming coffee. This coffee that's making people idle. Yeah. So the problem
is alcoholism. How about alcoholism?
Yeah, exactly.
You know. So the issue is
Okay.
that when it comes to chat, yes.
Miggy, let me end this conversation just by saying this so that we may move on, because I think we can have a lot of opinion on this, but I think we can find another session to have a whole topic about drugs and all this stuff that we're talking about. But for now, I think it's important for those countries in Africa. It's important to respect for those countries that it's not illegal to their country. Then we can leave that and respect that. And for those countries that in Africa is still illegal, then we can respect that for now, because we don't want to be, working against this and seem like some people that we're standing against the certain rules and regulation of any country in Africa right now. So for those countries like Kenya that you guys, it's not an issue, kudos to you guys. And for those countries that it's illegal right now, we have got to respect that and maybe move on from this conversation for now, just for now, so that we may get our conversation done with other stuff. Is that all right?
Good. Actually, it's really good, Mika, because at the same time, for me, I don't take chat, but the fact that in my own personal experience that I had no idea about that and on how effective it was in certain the focus time, not being able to sleep and being able to concentrate, continuous concentration. We need to know about this chat more, not by the West definition. People can say, oh, you got kidney failure. Listen, your kidney failure might be associated with some other illness that you have. So it has to have a good study by Africans because it's been done for thousands of years. They had that. Even India has different things closer to that. But again, nobody talk about it. So anyway, this is going to be another discussion. So let's move on.
I appreciate
also,
that.
because it can't be grown in the West. Also, you should also notice that they are banning it because they can't grow it there. It can only grow in Africa.
Yeah, we'll have that conversation in more details. We'll have that conversation. Let's move on with the talk. We're gonna go ahead with another topic of how Afar and Somalis get along with Djibouti. And for this, I just want to have insight from our princes. I want to hear your thought on this topic, and then for anyone, hey, it's good to see also Mohammed. I see you are here right now. It's good to see you, brother. Welcome. So Awa, do you mind to go ahead and to share your opinion on this? Awa, are you there?
People. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
The Afar people and the Somali people in Djibouti have they're brothers and sisters. People marry each other. There's nothing really wrong with it, but I think from the political side, there's a dictatorship there and there's not a lot of freedoms. So that could be an issue for people in that region. But people want to keep the peace and they want to continue their their lives, but there is that issue, and there's the issue that the current regime there is inviting all these foreign governments establishing military bases, and that's a whole other topic that we can discuss some other time, but that contributes to the destabilization of the Horn African region as well, because all these different countries have different interests, and it's not sustainable to have them all in this one tiny country. So that's all I will say about that. If anybody else wants to add, go ahead.
Appreciate that. Mohammed, I believe you're from Djibouti, right? You want to add something to that?
Is it? Are you talking to me?
Oh yeah, I'm talking to you.
It's Abdirrahman. It's not Mohammed.
Abdirrahman. And you're from Djibouti,
Thank
right?
you. Yes, I am from Djibouti. Thank you very much, brother. I would like to say hi, and my regards to all my brothers and sisters in the show. Sorry for being late because it's raining heavily where I am now, and it's kind of like the connection is very difficult. I hope everyone can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I would like also to thank my sister who talked just before me. She's definitely right. People who are living in the two region of Ethiopia, the Afar region as well as the Somali region, these people used to live for century.
Yes, my brother. Abdurrahman.
It's raining. It's raining. Just give him.
Yeah.
It's the rainy season.
It's raining in the stream as well.
No, we missed something.
We have to understand what made the dictatorship in Djibouti.
Hello?
Man, it's really shame. Abdurrahman is struggling. He would have been an excellent person to have on this.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we'll tell him Abdurrahman.
Since 1977.
Abdurrahman, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think
yes, I can hear you.
I think it's better if you use only audio. Don't use video. Maybe it's gonna get a little bit stable if you use audio.
Perfect. So I'm gonna disconnect my cam.
Yeah. And can you say it again, because we lost you for a moment there?
Okay. So I was saying it's important for us to understand what made the dictatorship last so long since 1977. And it's important actually to understand that this dictatorship regime lasted so long because they implemented exactly the divide to rule policy. So there are the one who actually implemented first in Djibouti, dividing the two community, and then in each community bringing the worst stooge from each community, and then also they projected that same policy into Ethiopia. And remember, during the TPLF regime, there were very close collaboration between the dictatorship regime of Djibouti as well as the TPLF, and there was never any problems between the Somalia and the Afar in Ethiopia. It's actually when the TPLF actually was kicked out from the power that also the dictatorship in Djibouti started actually creating problems inside Ethiopia, and then creating also problem between two brotherly community. That I would like just to say that for now, and I would like the others brothers and sisters to add on this. Thank you.
I appreciate Abdurrahman.
If you allow me,
Yes,
I want to just back to the very important question. Maybe it's a little bit out of this topic between the relationship between Djibouti and Somalia. It's actually about the relationship between Sudan and Ethiopia.
If it's out, then we'll get back to that. Before that, let's finish up with this first, and then get back to that.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, I'll get back to that because I've seen in the private chat, so we'll get back to that a little bit later. Yeah. So, does anyone has anything to add in this topic? Well, Same or Zach, about this topic?
Yes. Can I say something, Mika?
Oh yes, Biggie.
All right. This panel right here, we all agree of our Horn of Africa, the unity in Africa, the initiation, and Djibouti suffering through dictatorship that's been all supported by TPLF and everything else. Now that the Ethiopian government calls for the peace, the TPLF is shocked, and now they're lining up the conditions. So the West are going to be involved in the negotiation, right? This issue is supposed to be Ethiopian internal issue. Now that the media blow it out of proportion, at the same time trying to keep the relationships as never happened before. 27 years that they ruled, that include also Djibouti, and they knew how to move things and have their own personal interests protected. Now that is out, Djibouti has certain decision to make. Unfortunately, if it is a dictatorship, then we have to see the fall of the TPLF and how the fall of the Djibouti primary comes. Because if this negotiation, whether the West is involved or anything else, when it gets severed, that means there will be peace in Ethiopia. Because the goal is of this negotiation is to have peace in Ethiopia. So what's going to happen is for the Djibouti dictatorship, he's going to be questions. But again, you got so many military bases in Djibouti, then the fall of TPLF, okay? Because at the end of the day, whether it's negotiated or not, to bring the peace, and they want to participate in the election system and everything else, one of the things that's going to happen is there won't be no TPLF. That's the final. Because Tigray will have his own election, just like any other national, and they will have their own president. They will follow under the federal government of Ethiopia. If not, that's not going to happen. So that aspect of it will impact Djibouti effectively, and the people are going to see on what happened. Again, like I said, you got to learn from the past. Take those things and bring it forward what benefit us going in the future. Let's learn of our past. Do not ignore it. I know sometimes it's so hard to look into the past of all the horror that happened to a human being to that level. Okay. Again, this negotiation, if it happened, how much effective is going to be for the Djibouti people and react to a level where your dictatorship ends? That's my question. Abdurrahman.
Thank you, brother. I believe that actually Djibouti, I'm talking about Djibouti, the people will benefit highly about actually having a Horn of Africa and even beyond a region that is in peace. Because yes, Djibouti usually presents itself as being the gateway between let's say Asia and Africa. And yes, Djibouti, the only thing that Djibouti have is actually his very strategic geopolitical situation or geography. So yes, but the problem is in Djibouti, you have a regime that totally actually controlling all the aspects of life. In Djibouti, you don't have any freedom of press, and even worse, since the last 20-30 years, the whole education system was destroyed because they don't want to have actually people who can think by themselves. And then you have even worse with all the things happening with the global situation. But the problem is not only just a simple regime. If it was the case, actually, I believe that like it happened in many countries in Africa, people will have rise up and then take care of that dictatorship. You have a lot of interference from Western and specifically imperialistic Western country, be it France, the previous colonizer of Djibouti, or be it today the American, and they would like to keep that position because it allowed them to control the most important maritime transit road for almost an important part of all the energy of the world, as well as the international commerce. Djibouti is the key. Bab el Mandeb is the entry and the exit of the Red Sea. So in exchange to have that, they are willing to compromise with a dictatorial regime that keep the population into a grip. And then it's not only that. Whenever there is anything happening in the neighboring country that can go or might go against the interests of the Western imperialists, then Djibouti is used as a base to create chaos as well problem in that country. Somalia is a clear case. Djibouti is doing a lot of interference, be it money, be it a lot of illicit and illegal activity, directly interfering into the political space as well as the commerce, trade, even military. So same thing is happening when it comes to Ethiopia. Same thing also, like there is a state of war between Djibouti and Eritrea. Djibouti is actually the country that is pushing hard and very hard in all international places, pushing the sanction to go even harder, the sanction against Eritrea and the blockades against Eritrea to go even harder. And then just remember a couple of months ago, Sisi, the dictator of Egypt, actually came in person in Djibouti. That was not covered by a lot of people. He came. Usually Sisi actually invite other people to come to see him in Egypt, like he did with the newly elected or selected president of Somalia. But when it comes to Djibouti, Sisi came in person, and we can understand actually today the role played by Egypt when it comes to the imperialistic agenda, and specifically when it comes to the Horn of Africa, in line with the case of Ethiopia. So yes, if there is an agreement, if there are a respectful negotiation going on, respecting the right of each country and people, and then a just solution is found, yes, that will bring more peace in the Horn, and then also that will increase the pressure against the dictatorial regime in Djibouti. Just a last point, the people of Djibouti are not waiting this negotiation to happen or this negotiation to go further. The people of Djibouti are already fighting day and night, and the situation, the information I have now is actually the dictator who's controlling Djibouti for the last 24 years has been evacuated to France since a couple of weeks now. His health condition is very serious, and already in Djibouti you have a lot of movement, a lot of between the different countries who are stationed militarily in Djibouti. For example, the French government, they changed the head of the military army, they changed the head of their secret service unit. They are planning to change also the ambassador. There are a lot of things happening when it comes from France. You have same things, a lot of things going on when it comes to the American. Same thing also is happening when it comes to China, because China invested heavily in Djibouti. China would like to see a Horn of Africa region in peace. But then the Chinese are trying also at least to make understand to some of the key politicians in Djibouti that their interest in short term, mid term, as well long term, is actually to go with the movement already happening in the Horn of Africa, where many people and many political movement are pushing this Horn of Africa today to go more in peace, more in collaboration rather than conflict, just for the interest of the Western power. So that's the context of what's going on in Djibouti. But the most important element is actually for us as African, we have always to ask and say, we have a chart, the African Union chart, a Pan-Africanist chart that already said that no country in Africa should welcome any foreign military base. Djibouti actually is not respecting that. So maybe one of the things as a collective action we can think about, maybe is it possible that we can lobby and do some mobilization, awareness raising and education in our respective country, and then ask the different other country and say, hey, you should bring this question in the African Union and ask and say, how come Djibouti can be allowed to have so many foreign military bases that already we know for sure, and we have the proof, are doing a lot of interference and destabilization in many other African countries. And then the solution maybe will be to expel. It already happened in the African Union, or to block actually Djibouti to participate further in the African Union. This is one of the just an example. We can think about other activity or action that we can bring. This will also reinforce the camp of the people who are actually advocating for a reform, for a change in Djibouti, a peaceful change, peaceful transfer of power to get rid of the dictatorship regime. And then the other action that we should push is actually we should actually ask more, how to say, we should increase the pressure against this foreign military base, mostly European and American, who are always saying that they are advocating for human rights, democracy, and how is it possible that they are supporting the worst dictatorship regime, the same family in power since 1977? It's more than 45 years. Same family in the power in Djibouti, is a small country. How come is it possible? At the same time, you are advocating for democracy, human rights, dignity, justice, and then you are there supporting, giving a lot of military support, a lot of surveillance and equipment, so that the dictatorship regime of Djibouti can track the activists, the militant, the human rights militant, and arrest them, torture them, and you are not saying any.
Yes, my brother.
Any world. So we should become more proactive, Western country, yes, and at the same time also bring more accountability when it comes to the African Union. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate for that insight, Abdirahman. That's amazing, and I'm looking forward to collaborate with you even more, especially when it comes to to Djibouti and the Horn of Africa as well. We need to have more conversation, because I love how you articulate your point and your thoughts. Yeah, we really need this. We really need this. In Africa, we need people who can actually speak. Like the way you do. I hope this government will be yours one day. So let's hear the question a little quick from Walsame. He has a question to add to you, and then we're gonna move forward to another topic about how to end economic isolation in Somalia, Galbeed, and Eritrea. So in that point, we have our sister Senu. She's in the room as well. I will hear her contribution. Yes, Walsame?
Yeah, Micah, thank you very much. Abdurrahman, first of all, finally nice to speak with you. We've known each other for a while, followed each other, but we've never really spoken. So honestly, great to have you and hear from your perspective. You're a very knowledgeable person. I do want a quick take from your regarding Djibouti. Obviously, you touched upon the dictatorship of Ismail Omar Guelleh, but I do wonder, for example, as you might know, America, specifically U.S. African Command, have
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I was just gonna say, sorry to cut you off. I was just gonna say, after you guys are done, can I speak on Djibouti as well? Like, I just want to say a few things that were Abdurrahman got wrong, but I want to correct him on that regard.
I'll give you a chance.
Okay. Thank you, Micah. So I do want to say, as you know, America has expressed recently African Command interest to use the base in North Somalia, Berbera. And I wonder whether that is any implication of what America's interest is Djibouti, because obviously they have a base over there. And do you think Ismail Omar Guelleh perhaps is worried that now the Western, or at least America superpower, is shifting away their focus or interest from Djibouti to North Somalia. What would that spell for it? And one last question as well, if you don't mind. How do you see a transition of power? Because obviously Ismail Omar Kele cannot stay in power for too long. He's getting a lot older now. I heard some issues with his health related. What do the people over there think? What do you think he will pull in terms of the next person to be put in power? Because effectively he says that he holds election, but we all know it's not really an election. It's just effectively a sham one where France basically has input on it. So who do you think the next person will be? Is it someone from his family, or is it someone that's closely aligned to it? And what does the future basically spell for Djibouti? Sorry, it's just a bit of a question, Abdurrahman.
Would it be right if I can also answer that after him, being from there?
Yeah, Micah?
No, that question was direct to Abdurrahman, right?
Yes.
Yes, it is. And if the other brother wants to, he says from Djibouti, wants to answer, he can answer Abdurrahman. No problem.
Yes.
So everyone from Djibouti, I'm welcome.
All right.
And by the way, that's Mika. That's Mika. So I just want to make sure that we don't want to butcher his name.
Oh
his
man,
name is
I
Mika.
apologize, man.
Yeah,
Sorry
it's
about
Mika.
that, man.
I heard you several times, but somebody has to say, hey, you know what? His name is Mika. So that's how we know him.
I blame him. He never corrected me. We spoke several times. I blame him.
I know. Mika doesn't understand like that. You know what I'm saying? But I just want to make sure his name is Mika.
No, I've noticed now. Won't make a mistake again.
Thank you.
Thank you, brothers. So there were two questions. The first question was about the fact that the American or the U.S. government is now trying to negotiate another military base when it comes to Berbera. For the record, it's important actually that we know that Berbera port as well as the Berbera airport was built by the Soviet government.
Abdurrahman, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Biggie, can you hear me? Abdurrahman, yes. We cannot hear you now.
Biggie, when we're talking about when it comes to launching satellite, so it was built by the Soviet, and it's still the contract under the federal the government of Somalia. So if the American would like to do anything, can you hear me now?
Yes,
hello,
brother,
can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, if the American would like to do anything when it comes to Berbera port and airport, they will have to also they will have first to negotiate and have the agreement from the government of Somalia or the federal government of Somalia of today. But from my perspective, the U.S. government is very unhappy with the dictatorship of Djibouti because when the American came in Djibouti in 2002 under the pretext of actually fighting terrorism, the Djibouti government or the dictatorial regime, they were expecting a lot of support as well as legitimacy. They got some, but they didn't get everything they wanted. So immediately the dictatorial regime of Djibouti, they switched with bringing the Chinese, and they opened the first military base for the Chinese government. What happened was it made
you're getting a few things mixed up, brother. Sorry to cut you off. You're getting a few things mixed up. The whole point of the base was neutrality. Djibouti's whole thing is about neutrality, so you need to keep that in mind.
Djibouti warrior.
Okay, let me just bring my point. Yeah. So what happened was when the Chinese came, the Americans were not happy, the Europeans were not happy, and if you guys know the way the U.S. government usually they apply their policy or their foreign policy, they don't have a plan, one only plan, but they do have 2, 3, 4 plans. So one of the strategy of putting more pressure is actually showing into the media that they are into negotiation, or actually maybe somehow moving their military base to Berbera. And for me personally, I see that as a way of just putting pressure on the regime in Djibouti, and then maybe bringing them on the table and saying, guys, you should at least limit your relation with China, and we should be the only one actually using this geostrategic position of Djibouti when it comes to the Bab el-Mandab and the Red Sea. If you know the geography also, you see that Berbera is a little far. It's not the same thing like Djibouti. So that's one thing. And the second element is actually when it comes to international legality, they cannot negotiate with the unrecognized secessionist regime of Somaliland, and they will have to negotiate with Somalia. And there is a very good relation between the regime or the dictatorial regime of Djibouti and the newly elected or selected president that came now in power in Somalia. So all this make actually more difficult the realization of a military base in Berbera, but it's all in line with the fact that everyone knows that Ismail Omar Guelleh, his health is deteriorating, and that actually a new change has to come. And the second question my brother asked was in line with that. So what we are seeing now, what's happening in Djibouti, it's actually all the different foreign power who are in Djibouti, actually everyone trying to push his own agenda. You have the American, and American also are pushing some people who are very close to them. And then you have the French. The French would like to see the same continuity. And then you have also the Chinese, who would like also to see some kind of a change that will at least not be against the billion they invested in Djibouti, but also their military presence in Djibouti. So a lot of things is happening, but all these foreign power are forgetting one serious element, which is the people of Djibouti. At the end of the day, I believe and I hope that it's the people of Djibouti that will decide. But it will be important for that real solidarity should be built with the people of Djibouti, inside of Djibouti and outside of Djibouti, who are struggling to bring a real democracy in Djibouti that will be in line with the Pan-Africanism spirit, that will bring a more prosperous and peaceful Horn of Africa region, as well as Djibouti being part of that. I hope I answered my brother who was asking the question.
All right.
Appreciate it. You
cool.
have. Thank you.
Abdirahman, man, I appreciate for your insight once again. Thank you so much for your insight. So, Djibout Warrior, I believe you had something to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for having me, Mika, and thank you to the panelists. Sorry I came a bit late today. I got held up in work and some other stuff that I was doing, so it kind of killed my time, even though I was trying to escape it. But yeah, luckily I made it on time. So once again, thank you for allowing me to come on, Mika, and to the panelists as well. Just hearing what Brother Abdurrahman had to say, he said a few correct stuff and a few things that were fallacy that's being pushed by the media. So I'd like to correct him on. The first thing he said was, Djibouti playing a massive role in the destruction or the destabilization of Somalia, which couldn't be the furthest from the truth. The fact that Somalia sends regularly or regular humanitarian aid to Somalia on a regular basis, meaning food. They send basically all types of things that they need on a regular basis. And also don't forget the part where AMISOM is still in Somalia, and AMISOM consists of, like a lot of Djibouti soldiers, trying to combat Al-Shabaab and push them out of Somalia. So there's a lot of things that Djibouti is doing for Somalia. I mean, there's this rumors recently, I've been hearing myself, without any type of evidence that, Djibouti is here to destabilize Somalia, which again, couldn't be further from the truth. But I do agree on the part, Djibouti has been having recent meetings with Egypt, which had me worried as well at the beginning, because why would, as Brother Abdurrahman made a good point about why would, the president of Djibouti himself actually visit Djibouti on, like, more than once actually, and they've been having secret meetings with the administration on a regular basis, which got me worried for a second as well. To further continue the fact that, with the military bases, it has a lot of beneficial factors to it, as well as the disadvantages. It has a lot of advantages, meaning, the fact that we get paid, or Djibouti gets paid a lot from these military bases, contributing to Djibouti's, higher GDP per capita than the surrounding countries. That plays a factor to it as well. Djibouti also making friends with, countries of power was also beneficial. If we're talking about if we talked about the disadvantages, we also have to mention the benefits as well. Djibouti being good friends with Egypt as well, it can be long-term beneficial as well. Looking at it from a geopolitical standpoint, like, geopolitical point of view anyway. With the recent clashes anyway, with Eritrea anyway, or talking about what the situation in Eritrea is. What I can say about Eritrea is they're good people, and what I can say we're both good people, Djibouti, and we don't play a role in our government. Our government clashing and border clashes and stuff like this has nothing to do with the people but the governments. And I wish that things can be resolved, because I know personally, my personal life, I know a lot of Eritreans that are good people, and the government is trying to cause a divide amongst people, which is not good. Looking at Isaiah, I'm gonna judge him on based the fact that he's done good work for his people. The fact that just 30 years ago we knew, or 30 years we knew the situation of Eritrea. In that 30-year blood war, bloodbath. They've endured from the battles of Ethiopia to securing their independence to now building the economy. The fact that they have zero debt to European nations is job well done to Isaiah and his hard work to try to sustain his country. Even the fact that he's being condemned by a lot of European countries for not listening to the ideals, which shows the spirit of Eritrea anyway. Talking on a larger scale or the larger scale of Djibouti, what I can say on a larger scale, the people, there have been a few tensions between minority groups, as it says in your question, how the relationship between Afars and the Isas over there. There've been a few tensions in the past. There have been a few conflicts in the past. But in general, the people usually get along, despite the fact that, it's portrayed as, oh, it's this versus that. No, it really isn't. You have to be in land to see it. It's not always good to believe, the divide that they're trying to cause among the people. If you look at the Somali region, there's a lot of Afars there, and there's not really too much conflict amongst people. Talking from a geopolitical or strategical point of view, Djibouti is very, very strategical. The fact that it's next to Bab al Mandeb, as the brother Abdurrahman mentioned, makes it a very geopolitical point of view that everybody wants. The fact that there's 8 military bases, including Saudi Arabia as well, having their military base there, so it's telling. With France always played a massive role in Djibouti. What I mean by that is they've always had. Previously in colonial times, they've had a massive role, just like in many other African countries with their colonial pasts, But what I can say is, after we got rid of the French, we still have a French as an official language, just like, many other colonial countries have their, colonial superpowers that, took charge of their country's language as their official or co-official languages. So, that shouldn't be used as a dark start, towards Djibouti for still speaking French, when there's many other African countries that, speak in English, because the English took over, or the French or the Italians. The other point I was going to make is with the significant, with the Americans always wanted somewhere where they can operate, which I don't trust the Americans whatsoever. I don't trust the Americans, and you can use history as a learning tool with the Americans. And since Djibouti said that since they've had a close eye on the Americans, the fact that America told Djibouti a few months ago to attack Ethiopia, while Ethiopia was had its back turned on Djibouti, foreign minister came out and said on public what America wanted to plan, and they told Djibouti to use his missiles and point it towards Ethiopia, and Djibouti outright refused. The foreign minister of Djibouti made it public to the people what their plan was. And from there on, they knew that they can't trust, or they can't maneuver the way they wanted to maneuver. So that's why they're targeting what's now known as Somaliland anyway. That's why they're going to Berbera, and that's why they're trying to make the deals behind the scenes. If you look at recent, letters that came out, they started to establish friendship, and they're even moving closer and closer towards, getting what they want, which is a separate military base where they can operate themselves without any other foreign interventions or, people looking at what they're doing. So that's exactly what their goal is. Djibouti is, has too many competitors. That's why the reason why they want to leave there anyway and go to Somaliland. The further point I was gonna point out is, just from again looking at the situation in the Horn of Africa, you can see that there's many turbulence and many infighting. I mean, if you're looking at it from a context of peace or context of stability, Djibouti is probably the only country in the Horn of Africa that's stable. Ethiopia has a situation with the Tigray region and the conflict that we've been hearing about. You can see what's happening with Somalia for the past 30 years of tribal conflict, clan warfare, Al-Shabaab. There's so many problems going down there as well that hopefully he can find the light and fix the situation. Especially now that he wants to make its move and join the EAC, East African Federation. I've heard some people voice their opinions against it, and I've heard some people vote for it. So it all depends on what the Somali people want. The government can't really make a change or a massive move like that without having the backing of the people, because that would just be insane. On the context of Horn of Africa anyway, or context of talking about my country, about joining any type of political like EAC. I don't see Djibouti joining the EAC anytime soon. I don't see because again, if you remember when Farmajo was in charge of Somalia, they had this little thing going on with the Horn of Africa where Djibouti was excluded. So you can clearly see that there's still that trust issue with Djibouti still. The fact that Djibouti is also friends with foreign powers, I can understand 100%. And hopefully we can find a common ground between all of us Horn of Africans, to finally find a solution and a peace amongst neighboring countries. Yeah, that's all I had to address. And if I missed the point, I'll probably remember later. Thank you for letting me speak, Mika, and the rest of the panel.
No worries at all. I appreciate that. Since you mentioned Eritrea as well, I wanted to bring our sister Seno. She's right here as well. If you have anything that you wanna add to that, to what our brother Djibout warrior he said, but also Abdirahman, if you have any response to what our brother just shared here, feel free to share for a minute.
Yes, brother Mika. First of all, I would like me to tell me the name of my brothers.
Biggie.
If I ask, because Sanuti was asking, what's Omnisom? Can somebody explain that?
Oh yeah, it's a military organization or African military organization that's being structured together to support and aid countries like that's struggling with terrorism groups like Al-Shabaab in Somalia, where it consists of countries like Uganda, Kenya, Djibouti, combat soldiers.
Who funds Al-Shabaab? I mean, who funds Al-Shabaab and who funds African Union troops in Somalia? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Was the question AMISOM? What AMISOM is? Was that the question?
Yeah, what AMISOM is and what its organization's about.
AMISOM is the African Union mission in Somalia. That's what it stands for.
Yes, it's a peacekeepers troop. Usually, they used to have a peacekeepers called Blue Helmet, created by the UN, and then the African Union actually was somehow encouraged to create the same thing when there was conflict in Africa, but still the funding and support is coming from mostly Western country as well as the UN. So AMISOM was a peacekeeping force that was created within the African Union to support actually helping the government of Somalia to restore its authority and sovereignty and fight against Al-Shabaab.
Can I just point out, can you guys hear me? Sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, just to add to what Abdurrahman said, and I think Djibouti Warrior as well. So this is something that has been sent to Somalia when it was transitional government back in 2007, and the mandate back then was to flush out Al-Shabaab, at least in the capital Mogadishu, when they held the stronghold there. That was the initial mandate for them to go out and fight wherever Al-Shabaab is found. Unfortunately, that has never been the case. They've actually never engaged in any mission to go and confront Al-Shabaab. All the missions that have been carried out of all these attacks that actually have lost significant losses to their people have been carried out by the Somali people and some drone attacks in the past by America. So although the initial premise or the mission to AMISOM was something that welcomed by a lot of Somalis, the mission has been lost since. And right now, I think we're in a position to say Somalis have built up enough strength in their military, and we've been asking them actually to roll it out and for them to leave Somalia actually, because this has been used as a rallying cry by others to say, look, we have foreigners that invaded our country, although they're not really doing anything. So that's what they are. And yeah, if anyone else wants to add anything else to that.
I would like first to ask my brother Mika just to maybe to introduce me to my brother from Djibouti, because I don't know his name, and I appreciate his comments.
Yeah, call me more, brother. Call me more. And what about you, Abdurrahman, right?
Nice meeting you, Abdurrahman. Yeah, nice meeting you, Mo. Maybe if I can just add a couple of elements.
I'm sorry, this is Biggie. Sorry for the interference, because I had a show for today, the Diaspora Talk. And for those of you that are still here, the Diaspora Talk has been postponed for next week. I just want to make sure that I have an announcement, because I don't want anybody to drop and try to look for that meeting maker that I sent out. So just to let you know, we're going to discuss this. It's very important. It's also part of the Diaspora Talks anyway. So anyway, please do not leave and stay within this channel, and we keep discussing. Sorry for the interference, Mika.
No worries. For that, I want to appreciate you, Biggie, for allowing us to continue to have this session in your show as well. So appreciate, because I kind of felt like me and you, because we had this conversation just a couple of minutes ago, that it's very important conversation to carry on and not to stop right now. So Biggie has given us his time for us to carry on with this session. So appreciate you, Biggie. Thank you so much. All right, Abdurrahman.
Excuse me, I would like also to apologize, guys. Before you go, Abdurrahman, thank you very much for hosting me and being here with you. I apologize, like I have to leave now, but inshallah in the next meeting I will be joining you guys. Thank you.
All right, appreciate Nuri. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right. Yes, Abdurrahman, you can move on. And also, you can try to answer the question that our sister Red Sea just asked in the question in the comment section.
Yes. I think it will be. First of all, I would like also to thank you guys, especially the organizer Mika and everyone, and specifically my brother Mo. From maybe it can be like, we can say that actually. And I hope actually that I'm mistaken or I'm wrong, but actually, like, I can support all the points I'm bringing with solid fact. And when I'm saying solid fact, it's not just something that I heard on YouTube or social media. It's based on a solid report that was made after investigation by the UN, especially the Security Council. And it has been documented not once, but for many times, that Djibouti is playing a very, very crucial role when it comes to the destabilization of Somalia. It started in 2000 when Djibouti hosted the most successful conference that brought what was called the transitional government, and in that there was an element that was included that created a lot of problem up to today, which is the 4.5 system of governance, which is based on totally, it's illegal. It's illegal when it comes to international law. A whole community of people who have the right to have their full right, dignity respected, are not even considered as full human. They are considered as half human, like the other community. That system was introduced, and it's one of the systems that is still today paralyzing the governance when it comes to Somalia. The other element is actually the federalism that was brought actually, and I don't want to go into detail, but let me bring some clear example of the interference of Djibouti, for example. There was at one moment, there was the problem of charcoal going on in Somalia. There was a lot of illicit trade of charcoal. A lot of forests in Somalia were burned down and then transformed into charcoal to be sold into the Gulf country, specifically to the Emirates. Then the UN did an investigation, and then there was an embargo on charcoal trade from Somalia. Immediately after that, the whole operational system, like the logistic of exporting this illicit and illegal charcoal, was transferred into Djibouti. A company was created there. Then, and up to today, charcoal is brought from Jubaland to Djibouti, and then from Djibouti is put into a big 50-kilo bag with the mention of made in Djibouti. And since Djibouti is not into that blockage or sanction when it comes to the charcoal, then they can export it through that. So that's one example. The other example I would like to bring is actually the Al-Shabaab. For me, it's just another proxy that the Western countries or Western imperialists are using to interfere into Somalia. But these terrorists actually need to have access to money to do their operation. And the whole infrastructure, when it comes to the system they are using, is the what's called the mobile money based system. And the biggest one is Hormuz. And the Hormuz founder and CEO is actually protected and is living to the house next to dictator Ismail Omar Guelleh in Djibouti. And he's transferred his whole system of banking system, which is Salam Bank, in Djibouti.
Sorry to cut you off. Who's Hormuz? Because I know two people called Hormuz. Where's Hormuz from?
Hormuz is the leading telecommunication agency. It go under, it's a kind of like a multitude of company, but the biggest one is actually Hormuz. But then the Hormuz is actually in line with Dar es Salaam Bank. So usually Somali people today, since the collapse of the central government, most of the people are using a system based on their mobile financing. People just use their phone to send money, to buy things like that. And this system is actually was created by Hormuz and other company, but Hormuz is the largest one, and is also the one that Al-Shabaab is using to ransom people, asking them actually to pay tax, or actually when they would like to get more information, is the system. So when the previous government they tried to actually to bring that into order, since it's the government and then the government only should have the sovereignty on everything, there was a bill in the parliament to regulate the telecommunication company when it comes to Somalia, and this company they mobilize their money, everything, to make sure that the former government will not come back. But I would like just to mention it, because in line with the question that my brother Mo asked, these people are living in Djibouti, protected by the regime, the dictatorial regime, and they are headquartered in Djibouti, but they are interfering in Somalia, be it illicit operation. Even my brother mentioned actually that yes, Djibouti is contributing to the AMISOM force. Yes, the Djiboutian force are stationed in an area called Beledweyne. But the problem is actually, and many times the Somali government as well as the international community, they complain the fact that Djibouti can come bring their own plane without actually coordinating with the government of Somalia, without informing the government of Somalia. And many times the government of Somalia ask and say, hey, we don't know what you are bringing in this plane, so at least coordinate with us. We are the government in this country. You are saying that you are helping us, but no. So there have been a lot of accusation. There have been even some documents that are now the investigation is still going on within the Security Council at the UN, that actually showing a clear collaboration between part, I will not say all, but part of AMISOM and Al-Shabaab. That's why when I was saying that Al-Shabaab today, it's a proxy, it's a tool that the Western, specifically imperialistic Western country, are using to push their own interests. And more important, people have to understand that the dictatorial Djibouti, the dictatorial regime of Djibouti, if it was only just actually a power-hungry dictatorial regime that would like just to keep the power, but at least doing something for their people, I wouldn't mind. But how can you imagine that 45 years after independence, today in Djibouti, with all these foreign military bases that are paying rent, that are paying money, today have the highest number of hungry people. It's less than 1 million, the population of Djibouti. So it shouldn't be a big problem. It's not like Ethiopia, 120 million. It's not like Somalia. It's not like Eritrea. Djibouti, with its position, strategic position, with Djibouti being the only country in Africa where the money, the Djibouti franc, is indexed with the US dollar.
No, don't cut. No, Djibouti warrior. No. Give him a chance.
This couple, I would like to bring this element, saying that the dictatorial regime of Djibouti is not by hazard that it came. Like the Al-Shabaab, it's another tool that is used in the Horn, specifically in the Horn of Africa, in line with that strategic position, being the maritime road, Bab al-Mandab, to have this regime, like a puppet regime, to use and then advance the interest or the interest of Western power. So when the dictatorial regime of Djibouti tried to at least have some maneuver, at least to have their own interests also to push, that's when they looked after China. And that also was not accepted, neither by the US, neither by France, neither by the other European country. By the way, this same European country who has the Afars, which is the maritime force that it supposedly will police the maritime sea of Somalia against the piracy. We know that the piracy was a consequence of the collapse of the central government. But then they came, and today when they came, there have been many reports by the UN Security Council directly putting the target on Spain, Portugal, and many other countries from Europe, who are part of the same force who were supposed to help the government of Somalia to protect their sea. But there are the one actually doing stealing the fish, but also dropping a lot of what you call waste, especially very dangerous waste into the sea of Somalia. So it's when it comes to international relation, nothing is free. Nothing is there for humanitarian. Nothing is there just because you have beautiful eyes. No, everything is by interest. And when Sisi came to the dictator of Egypt came to Djibouti, it wasn't just because Ismail Omar Guelleh was his friend or there was something else. No, it's just to ask a military base, saying that, hey, you gave military base to all these foreign powers, give me, and also I will advance, I will make sure to advance your own agenda when it comes to the legitimacy of this regime within the Arab League. Remember, the Arab League is headquartered in Cairo, in Egypt. So it's just an exchange of interests. But the problem is Djibouti, the whole economy of Djibouti depends on Ethiopia, because more than 95% of all the exports of Ethiopia go through the different ports of Djibouti. So how come you can bring the arch enemy of Ethiopia to Djibouti and give them a military base? It just showed that actually this regime doesn't have the interests of the people of Djibouti in the heart, doesn't have the interests of the region in the heart, be it Somalia, Ethiopia or Eritrea, even doesn't have the interests of Africa when it, or the continent, the African continent. It's only a clientelism regime which is there just to push the Western agenda in order to survive and continue keeping power. Thank you.
All right, Abdurrahman. Appreciate my brother. Djibout warrior, you had something to say. Little
Yeah.
quick, and then yeah.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, the first thing I was gonna say is the last statement that you made about, you know, Djibouti being, you know, a puppet for the foreign countries to survive, which couldn't be the further from the truth. You know, if that was the true case, then Djibouti would have attacked Ethiopia when he had his back turned. If we were really a puppet state, as you made it seem like. The second point I was gonna make is you said that, you know, Djibouti has the most amount of hungry people. No, there was a census done in 2020, and it stated that Ethiopia, Somalia, and Kenya are suffering more than any other African countries in the hunger census that was, you know, created in 2020. So that's two things, brother. The third point I was gonna make, you got the relation between Egypt and Djibouti incorrect. You know, with Djibouti and Egypt, it's more of a strategical partnership, because one allows the entrance of, you know, Bab el-Mandeb, and the other one allows the exit of the Red River. They're discussing more of, more strategical business ideas for them to, you know, expand the countries or expand, you know, their political gains from one another. It could possibly also be about, you know, Ethiopia's, you know, dam, because Egypt is also very concerned about that too. So let's not forget that. But if Djibouti really wanted to side with Egypt over Ethiopia for the dam, then he would have attacked when America said so. Let's not forget that.
With what strength but with what strength would Djibouti attack Ethiopia?
Because Djibouti,
with 1 million population.
It's not about population.
100 million but it is a.
I was going to point out, it's not about population when Djibouti has the most modern weapons in the Horn of Africa. Modern weapons, planes. It has a actual world-class navy. It has an air force. It has more strategical and modern weapons than the rest of the surrounding countries. So it could really inflict damage if you wanted to. It's not about population. If the population have weapons that were created in the Soviet Union or the Soviet era.
So I was also technically you're saying that all these foreign countries that have base in Djibouti, right? So you're basically saying they would help Djibouti fight Ethiopia. That's what you're saying.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
Yeah, because with 1 million people, what army base do they have? What do they have?
No, I'm not saying that.
Because what you're saying is false.
No. Look,
right? Like you got to look at Djibouti history, right? You got to look at what they stand
of course, but
who their friends
let me
are.
reply,
So,
then I can.
Yeah, like don't like. Yeah, I know you know. It's your country, I
if you let me respond, then I can break down what I'm saying, so you can make sense for you.
Sorry to interrupt you, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, as you said, you know, the first question you asked me is with what you stated out the population being a concern. Yes, I'm not denying the population being a concern, but in terms of modernity of weapons and in terms of military modernity, meaning, you know, modern day weapons, modern day aircraft, modern day navy, modern actual equipment, Djibouti is far ahead of Ethiopia. Let's not get that confused. A lot of Ethiopian military weapons were Soviet era.
Now you tell one thing that I want to correct you is that the foreign entity or the Djiboutian that are air force capable, military capable against Ethiopia. Do not forget that Ethiopia is still the most powerful in that region.
No,
still have the arm. No, still got the arm, because remember what we're talking about is during the TPLF time. During the TPLF time, you have the whole United States backing up. Not now. I'm talking about then. When it comes to certain things,
I was gonna finish off on points. It was gonna be quick before I got cut off.
Okay, go ahead, Mo. Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, I was gonna say
just to add something.
Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna finish in like 2 minutes anyway. I'm gonna finish quick.
Okay, go ahead.
The point I was gonna put.
Let's just try our best not to interrupt each other. So Mo is talking right now. He will finish, and then somebody else will say. You know, it's a better conversation that way.
Perfect. I was gonna say Ethiopia has a large amount of people, 100 million, and that's no disregard to Ethiopia. Of course, they're one of the strongest countries in that region. But let's not disregard, because of Djibouti's population doesn't mean that they can't defend themselves when they have the most modern capabilities in that region. You know, due to the trades they've been doing in many other countries that are superpowers. I mean, just recently there was a military parade done for Djibouti, and you can see some, and that's not showing everything. That's just showing some of the capabilities that they had, more modernized than the rest of East African countries that I can count for anyway, except maybe let's just say Egypt had more modern capabilities in that region anyway. But the second point I was going to make, the more important point I was going to make is, again, I hope, for, or as this brother Wasama said, in the comment section, it's not about military personnel. Wasama, you're getting things confused about military capabilities. It's about modernity. If you have a modern day weaponry, then you can do far more damage than, personnel. It's not about, a guy carrying a Soviet era weapon. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you. I'm going to cut my talk short.
Okay.
I would like to add a couple of elements for my brother Mo. First of all, thanks for the element that he brought. Specifically, when he said that the foreign minister of Djibouti made clear that Djibouti as a sovereign country will not allow the American to make any military intervention in line or supporting the TPLF, which is true. But what my brother didn't mention was actually in what context that declaration, public declaration by the Minister of Foreign Affairs came. Actually, that declaration came when Ethiopia publicly accused Djibouti of meddling into its internal affair and also bringing clear proof of the interference of Djibouti, specifically when Djibouti hosted criminals that was
Yes, my brother Abdurrahman.
So that's one element, and the other element, it was the fact that the government of Ethiopia, when they arrested different shipment of arms that was going to some groups in Ethiopia, and this proof also was presented at the Security Council. So based on this fact, the Ethiopian government made clear that if Djibouti continues its interference, then the Ethiopian government will be forced to intervene militarily. And that's why the Djibouti government made that announce. When it comes to the military capacity of Djibouti, I will just say one thing. Djibouti, the whole Djibouti is less than 1 million, and they have, in terms of air power, they have one Cessna, not even a military MiG, it's a Cessna. And the pilot that was the first pilot that was actually piloting that Cessna, Lieutenant Fuad Yusuf Ali, is languishing since 2 years now in prison because of the condition of the military men or military service men and women in Djibouti not receiving their salary. Because he dared to speak out, he was arrested and he was put not only in a jail, but in a bathroom, a small room like 1 meter by 1 meter, and kept there for two years now. So let's not actually entertain fairy tales. Djibouti, I can give actually the correct number of, I'm not counting the policeman or the gendarmerie or all these things. When it comes to the army, it's 5,000. The army of Djibouti, they cannot stand. Let's not talk about Ethiopia. They cannot stand in front of Eritrea. They cannot even stand when it comes to Somalia or any other military army. And the whole justification of the regime in Djibouti, when they brought all this military, foreign military base in Djibouti, was to say, hey, we are located in a very strategic position. There are some countries who would like to invade Djibouti, meaning Ethiopia, saying like Ethiopia, saying like Djibouti belong to Ethiopia, Somalia saying Djibouti belong to them. So we need this foreign military base to protect ourselves because we don't have any army capable to face this neighboring country. So today, to say that actually Djibouti is the second most powerful military army in the African continent is something new for me.
I never said the African continent. I said in the region, suggesting Horn of Africa. You getting my words mixed up. And second point, I never talked about the personnel of the people. I said the modernity of the weapons. But so don't get my my opinions or my statements mixed up.
You keep talking about the weaponry or the state of the art of it. Do you genuinely believe that could offset the lack of personnel? I mean, as the brother pointed out, 5,000 military personnel. You think Djibouti has such a sophisticated modern weaponry that they could literally go toe to toe with Ethiopia? I mean, I highly challenge that, but I don't want to lose too many time on this topic. I do want to ask you a question, Mo, is, I want to point out, actually, before I ask the question, you have to understand we're trying to differentiate attacking the ordinary Djibouti people and the actual regime, which is Ismail Omar Guelleh. And I want to gauge your interest. Are you genuinely supportive of Ismail Omar Guelleh and what he's doing? Because at this point, I'm not sure. You seem to be very defensive about it, but you have to understand we're not attacking the ordinary Djibouti people or the beautiful country of Djibouti. We are questioning or challenging what Ismail Omar Guelleh and those dictatorial regime that he has a very strong grip on it. I mean, no one benefits from it unless you are in the inner circle. And also, as the brother Abdurrahman pointed out, in Somalia, you mentioned, they're donating, he's donating aid and that kind of thing. Of course he's doing, the same reason USA donates funds to Iraq and Afghanistan at the same time it's attacking as well. So, let's not convolute the two things, right? As the brother said, how is it possible a country saying we're going to help you defeat Al-Shabaab, but at the same time that does not coordinate or tell the government? They don't even think they should respect us to tell our government to say where they're landing, what they're bringing in, what they're taking out. To me, that is a recipe for for a lot of for disaster, basically, because who knows what else they're doing. So I want to again ask you the question simply: are you supporter of Ismail Omar Guelleh specifically, or do you think we were attacking the nation of Djibouti and you felt like the need to defend? If that's the case, the latter, then I want to point out that's not what we were doing. Djibouti is a beautiful country. I would like to visit it. And, I wish all the best for the people. We are talking about the dictatorship of Ismail Omar Guelleh. Go ahead.
And I think that's what I think to add to that, and to everybody who is watching right now, just in case you don't know what we are talking about, we are here basically to find a solution and basically to talk, the way out of everything that's going on, and how can we strengthen the relation in the Horn of Africa, and most importantly in Africa in general, at the end of the day. So that's why we're here. And these are just common people, common Mwananchi, we avoid to invite maybe politicians and all those kind of stuff, because we know that, maybe their side, it will be with the government, but we are siding with the people, and we always do that. We are finding what is the best for our people and for our countries in the region. So regardless of how we feel about anything that's going on in our countries, that should be our priority, to focus on that, so that we may have a productive conversation at the end of the day. Yes, Mo, you can go ahead. And then we'll move on to another topic, because I really want to move on to another topic that can be very beneficial to all of us: how to end economic isolation in Somalia, Galbeed, and Eritrea as well. That's the direction you're going to move on from here. Yes, Mo.
Thank you for letting me respond, Mika. To Brother Wasami's question, no, I'm not in support of, a majority of what, I'm not even supporting general of what he does, but a lot of other things behind the scenes I don't agree with, the dictatorship in Djibouti. Disregarding that, there is a few beneficial stuff that he does, like, the security of the nation, which I do agree on that regard. We are a small nation, so what he does for security-wise, and selling the potash up in the north, and not potash, basically the fertilizers up in the north. There's a lot of things that he does which I do agree with, and it's very beneficial. I actually do congratulate him on, but there's also a lot of things, and a lot more things I don't agree with him. In general, anyway. So in general, I'm not a massive supporter of him. No. So again, the other question he said is, we feel like you guys are attacking Djibouti. No, I don't. But you guys can say what you want. It's free speech and an opinion. I don't feel like you're attacking Somalia or Djibouti in general anyway. it's just I jumped in that situation to correct Abdurrahman, you know, because he misconstrued my words. So that can, if you misconstrue someone's words, it can have a massive effect on, you know, or massive impact in, you know, how the wording is structured. So it's very key to keep, you know, people's words, you know, on point of what I said. I never said nothing about, you know, being the second strongest country in Africa. No, I just said in that region, which means the Horn of Africa. And yeah, so that's all I stated. And the second point is, yeah, that's all the question you asked me anyway. So I don't want to keep anything going.
Sorry, the second part of the question that I asked, which I'm really interested to gauge your interest, is that Abdurrahman also touched upon, is obviously if you're in, or at least some aspects of it, if you're in supportive of Ismail Omar Guelleh,
sorry, Mo, if I
go ahead, Abdurrahman.
Sorry, Mo, if I misrepresent you. I retract the word that I said, that you said that Djibouti has the second most powerful military army. Beyond that, just as you said, you are not supporting a dictatorial regime in Djibouti. So just let's focus on the essential, on how to get rid of a dictatorial regime, because the dictatorial regime will only do few things just for propaganda. It will never have the interests of the people in heart. It will only do things just to advance, just like a PR agenda. But since it's a dictatorial regime without any counterbalancing, a parliament, a freedom, a free press, a questioning, people will not know where the country is moving. So that's why my essential point is actually this family, because you know that it's the same family that is in power for 45 years. It's one of the longest dictatorial regime. This family doesn't have the interests of the people of Djibouti in heart, neither the interests of the region, neither the interests of the African continent. They are just a proxy stooge advancing the interests of Western imperialistic. And we cannot accept that. Even if they do a lot of good things, we should question their legitimacy and work toward changing that, so we can build our own future for a prosperous living together, cohabitation, collaboration for our own future and the future of our children. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Abdurrahman, for that insight. Again, we're gonna have like a 1 minute break, and then we're gonna move on to the next topic. Everybody, welcome back to our amazing discussion that we're having today. This is good. I just had to clear the air of all the discussion that we had for the past hour, because that discussion went for a long time. But we still have a lot of topics to cover, and right now we're going to move on the direction of this topic right here. For those who are watching right now, if you can copy this link, share with somebody out there, it will be amazing. And just know that we are doing a fundraising for our Swahili Nation One Africa offices. So if you can help us out, you know, to actually donate whatever that you have to help us to operate from the office. All right, from the office. We are getting out, and soon, I mean, we'll have all the registration and everything. So we need a place where we can do our work properly, officially, outside. All right. So help us out for whatever you have as you're listening to this conversation. I know you love it. I know you're enjoying it. So support, contribute, and be part of the change. This is the year of action, and the best thing you can do is actually to support the move, what we are doing here right now. So please help us and be a part of this move. All right. We ain't just talking here, but we also put on the action. So before we move on in the next topic, Biggie, do you want to add anything to this campaign that we have? Because I do acknowledge that this is your show, pretty much. So if you want to add
Yeah,
anything to
no,
this, you can go ahead.
absolutely. One thing that I just put it on a private chat, and as well, I want to share it to all our audience out there. I just said, love, it is all I got for you all. This is a beautifully, respectfully executed discussion. This is how we should move within our reach for Africa. If we want to be united, this is the kind of discussion that has to happen, regardless what the issues are. And we are respectfully listening. You ever notice, Mika? We listen to one another, even though we just jumped in sometimes, but it was like a correction factor because it has to change. But again, it's beautifully executed discussion. And this is the engagement of the future of Africa, of one being Africa. And then I come back to this Swahili Nation One Africa office. This is just the original One Africa office, because Swahili Nation One Africa was launched in Ethiopia. But one thing that you have to see, Tanzania, when she got her independence in 1961, the first thing in their national anthem, it was God bless Africa. And this is where we're going to create this office. It's very symbolic, very respectful. And then other nations followed. So there's a lot of history in Tanzanian life. And this is where we wanted to have the headquarters. We can have the headquarters in Ethiopia, like Addis Ababa, like any other headquarters that we have. But this is something that we need to do also for Nigerians, Tanzanians, that respectfully say, God bless Africa. That's where the sentence started in the national anthem. It was not about Tanzania. It was just about Africa. So our contribution for this is something, we are millions out there, but we need to share this information, because this Swahili Nation One Africa, this is the kind of discussion we want to make sure that happens. And it's not Mika's address. It's not my address. It's not the Swahili Nation host address. It's going to be Swahili Nation One Africa, its own self address, because we're not guaranteed to live our life forever. Tomorrow will be a different team. So what if something changes? What do we establish, even on behalf of Mika's vision, that we supported him all the way here? Listen, don't take life for granted. This is an opportunity. At least you put what you need to put on you talking and walk the talk. This is what we're trying to establish. It's not a prestige. It's not about this and that, just showing off. No, this is the beginning of what we can do for Africa. We have this discussion today. Look at how well it went. Can you imagine? We have a real official office that people are going to be flying in for official businesses, and they will land in the Swahili Nation One Africa office in our conference room. And we'll have it televised. It will be an open discussion. But we cannot have a delegates and all that coming into Mika's house or my house and trying to shoot that. This is a shortcut. And that shortcut, we did a lot of shortcuts so far. And this is why we need this office. This office stands for all Africans. Not me, not Mika, to all Africans. We'll be so proud to have our own office made by ourselves, by Africans. We don't have any Western entities or anything else that's going to influence our decision in the future. This is a development foundation. What are we developing? Our communication among Africans. We're going to say it over and over. If you are in that continent, you're African, definitely. It doesn't matter whether you're Egyptian or you're going to take whatever your political view is. You are in Africa, in the land. Eventually, when you die, you're going to bury it in the same land. Well, yeah, even though there's certain self-denial in certain areas. But again, the continent represents as an Africans. And this office means a representation for the whole continent. This is just the beginning. We want to replicate the same offices throughout all the diaspora, Africa, the whole continent, representation, because we want to hear it from ground. We want to know exactly what's going on. We want to hear everybody. So can you imagine, we need a lot more space and intelligent and leaders, because I cannot lead everything. I don't know everything. I know my boxes. I know what I need to fill. It's like an organization that we need to fill the empty space. And this is where we're going to create the leadership. And the minute that we are successful this year, that we have our own office and we created it, can you imagine the impact? The impact that we're going to be transmitting 24 hours a day, and different group, different things that's going to happen in Africa. 25,000 K, we're going to make it overnight the day we open this office. You know why? Usually people see what is tangible, what we have, what we meant when we talk and we walk the talk. And we proved it over and over on the show. So I don't want to take so much time on this audience, because there's a more important also discussion that's ongoing, Mika. But again, for people that are following us, that are listening to us, this is for you and I. This is us. Let's be strong. We'll be challenged, and let us overcome those challenges. We're stronger than anything else. Find the strength in you. And like I said, sleep, eat, drink, Africa. Every day, put that in your mind. That will give you courage. That will give you strength, because you have a mission. We have a mission, all of us, to accomplish. And we're all accountable. Do not just go when somebody dies, when there's a massacre. Act. And in order to act, our unity is important. And may Xavier be with you and bless you for everything you contribute. He was going to give you tenfold, because this is a godly mission, and we're going to be going forward.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much, His Excellence. Big E, I appreciate for that. I can't add anything, because you said everything perfectly well. Appreciate my brother. All right, guys, we're going to move on to our topic, current topic that is here. I'm aware with the question that you drop in the comment section, Senator. So about that, guys, please go all the way at the beginning of this stream. That's basically the topic we started with, and we had enough time to talk about it. Right now, we're going to move toward the direction of economic isolations, as you see here on the live stream. And I want to give a chance to you, my sister Senator, to start with this conversation. Welcome. It's good to have you. Please.
Thank you, Mika. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Mika. How is it? How are you?
I am great.
How's it?
I'm great.
Oh, good. How's everybody?
We're doing good, Sanie. Welcome.
Yeah. Thanks, Biggie. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed the beginning part of it. I was occupied. But very good topic. This conversation, I think it's should be ongoing to, so everybody can have education as well, because a lot of people don't know it's a he or she. Something that I noticed especially within the East African community, we don't really look at factual information. It's word of mouth. And so it's so important that we should dig in and see what's going on, because it seems like it's the same cycle repeating itself even right now, with what's happening. I won't go back, to what the topic was, but to at the beginning, what you guys talked about, but what's happening in Somalia right now. So the question is, how can we economically be free, right? With each other. So for that, is that what it is? Is that the question, Biggie?
No, on the screen.
Sorry, can you say that again?
On the screen, how to end economic isolation in Somalia, Galbeed, and Eritrea.
Okay, yeah. Well, you see, with Eritrea, sanctions was put against that country because it decided to be self-sufficient. You know, so things are happening as we see in every African country. You know, they refused aid, and they said, okay, we're willing to take loans from you guys, from the West, from America, but we, you know, Isaias Afwerki said, we want to use those funds as we see fit for our people, not dictated by you guys telling us what to do. And the US doesn't operate like that, right? So they are, it's like, we're going to help you, we'll give you this, but you do what we say. You do what we want you to do. And so Isaiah says, no, he wasn't going that route. And for 30 plus years, the country has suffered financially, has suffered, you know, so many things, right? But it's still standing strong, it's still standing tall. You know, there were so many things put against it, and still standing, and still going, and still feeding its people. So what can the other countries learn from Eritrea, and how can we move forward to work together to have that economic freedom? For us to have that economic freedom, we cannot let the outsiders come in and dictate how we live. It's like me, somebody coming to my house telling me how to spend my money. Or if I borrow something from them, you know, I get a loan, you're telling me how to, where to spend it, how to eat, and do this and that, right? So, and so we should look at the monetary position right away. And I don't know if this is because of lack of awareness, lack of education. I don't mean, when I say lack of education, not a degree or the Western education system where you know all these theories, but knowing us as a people, where we come from, and learning to work, loving, again, goes to the base of knowing where we come from, our true history, right? Loving who we are, our culture, everything, we as a Black people or as a melanated people, putting and learning to work with each other first, you know? So instead of looking to the Arab League to join them, or looking to Egypt or other, because are these, see, you got to be careful even building relationship with the country that you're building, because you want to know that country history and who are they building with, who's supporting them financially, and who's dictating things to them, because the US and the Europeans, you know, they live off Africa. They live off our resources. We know this for a fact. When a president or when a leader speaks against it, doesn't want to work with them, they either try to eliminate them, or they sanction them, or they make them suffer, right? So with Eritrea being about, now I don't know, it's about 6 or 7 million people, you know, we're a very tight-knit community. We help each other, we help our families. It wasn't easy. They suffered a lot, right? But even the outside people, they don't abandon their family. When they leave the country, they go back and help their family financially or whatever it is. They help each other. And I think that's also part of the diaspora, has a lot to do with Eritrea standing the way it is. And we have a good, it might not be the best, but the military is very strong. It believes in protecting its boundaries, and they're not using it with bringing foreigners to the country. They're not doing it by signing deals with France, the Arab League, and so this and that, right? They're doing it on their own. In fact, you know, as we all know, they've also, you know, the Isaias Afwerki has also trained 5,000 plus Somalis when Farmajo was in power, right? So I think for us to economically be free, we gotta work with each other. Stop hating each other. Stop focusing on tribalism. Stop focusing on you know, skin colors or clans. You know, all this, and then also, like, I'm gonna say this: religion. You know, religion should not be number one above my country. See, in Eritrea, we have 9 different tribes, or 9 different tribes, right? So we all respect each other. We all love each other. We don't, and I would say probably 50-50 Muslim and 50 different forms of Christianity and whatnot. And we respect each other, because the president himself says we're all one. He doesn't divide us.
I want to make a correction.
Yeah,
we're
go
not
ahead.
tribes. We're nations.
Well,
nations.
but nations.
Yes.
What does nation mean?
Because when it comes to tribal, they're belittling you, because these 9 Beher is
but what nation mean though? Nation. What does nation mean?
Because they got their own autonomy. They got their own autonomy. They got their own justice system. They got their own.
Because that could be confusing, right? When you say nation,
right? Because when
I'm not trying to divide. Like because when you say nation, it's almost like a country, right?
Because the West uses to be just tribal, okay, and then that tribe has to be part of this nation. You understand?
Well, so let's say ethnic groups then, right? Because nation, okay, I can say nation, but nation.
They're nations because one of the Eritrean
country.
One of the Eritrean policy is one Eritrea. Okay, but at the same time, Eritrea is made out of these nations. It's
ethnic groups. Let's say I don't know. Yeah, I guess okay. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, because you know what? This tribal thing, that means you're little. You're not existent. You just like on the clan. Actually, there's a tribal, then you got a clan. So they want to label us like we don't have anything. We are nations.
But when you say nations, I don't want to see. The thing is, when I say nation, I'm not fighting one nation against nation, because a nation would be considered like a country. No,
that's the stipulation that they want to put. But when it comes to Africa, it's
would
very
ethnic groups be better? Ethnic groups,
yeah, ethnic groups that they're gonna put, not tribal.
Okay.
Within the ethnic group, you have other tribes, you have other clans. So when they want to use that word, that's why I want to keep Africans as nations. It's built out of nations.
Okay, so no problem. Yeah, so I like the way you're saying. Yeah, so let's say we're all nations, but again, that shouldn't be that should not be like something that's better than the other. That's just a cultural representation of who we are, right? And so in Eritrea, like for example, when we have anything that we have, we include everybody. We don't say, even though the dominant language is Tigrinya, right? But still, right? We respect everybody. We love everybody. We don't say one is better than the other, and as far as I, known, that's always been the case. We don't have these kind of, but these are used by the outside to cause friction. They try to do that with us. They tried a few years back. They tried to bring these Islamic division, similar to what's happening in Somalia. They tried to do that in Eritrea, and they didn't succeed. So they tried to do that from the outside, starting online and things like that amongst the people. So they tried. The TPLF was a big part of that. So going back to that's why we have to know. We shouldn't just focus on, okay, you're this person, you're from this tribe, I'm this from this tribe, you're from this clan or that clan, and we don't like each other, whatnot, right? If any country should be like on one, should be like be one focus, should be Somalia, because they are one religion, one people, right? And if Somalia cannot even have peace and prosper, what does that tell for the rest of the other countries that speak different languages and to have different religion and so forth, right? So we have to know these things, because see, religion is a big part. It's a big business. It is personal. Your religion, your belief, it's personal, but it should not be. I should not be building a relationship because we have the same religion. And a lot of these countries, unfortunately, it is happening. It is happening, and it is using us to divide amongst each other, right? So I feel like for us to economically prosper, we need to break these barriers, and we also need to have love inside for ourselves. If you love yourself as a person, you love your family, love your neighbors, no matter what, they're Africans, right? No matter if they're Amhrara or if they're Kenyans or whatever, whatever tribe, it doesn't matter, they're Black people, we're all the same. We were like community, we were doing a lot of things. We come from great history. We don't know, I bet most of us don't even know our true history before colonizations. So once you know these things, I think your roots are grounded to the ground. And these people that are from the outside, they're using all these older people to control the country, the power of that be, right? And they're giving them this aid, this, that, like, and I don't know if it's pressure, but they're also been put on purpose in that position. For example, like with I think things were progressing really good with Farmajo, Eritrea, even with Ethiopia, with Abiy Ahmed, things, I think, even though on the ground there's people being killed, because remember, they don't want peace. So they're going to pay these pockets of different groups to keep us destabilized, right? And so when we don't know the whole big picture, then we're like, yeah, my brother just got killed. I'm going to get angry, of course, and I'm going to react. I'm going to, I'm going to get him back for it, or it just creates more chaos. And so you forget about the bigger picture because you don't even know what's going on the bigger scale. You just know what's going on the ground to your own family. So to me, is how do we first fix that situation? How do we open that warm of cans on the ground and expose these things, expose these leaders for who they are? Who are they elbowing with, shaking hands with? Is it for our interest or not, right? So instead of focusing on the minor things on the ground, because we are families, all of us. We can fix these things. We can even trade economically together and prosper, no problem. If these outsiders can leave us alone, but they're not going to leave us alone because they want what we have. You see, I just want to read a quote quickly. This lady that I don't know if anybody is familiar with Samantha Power. She's a U.S. aid administrator. She was actually appointed by Obama previously in his administration, and so she's not a good person. Not a good person. She does not look good she's not good for Africans, for us. So she said, in regards to Somalia, she goes, she's giving $476 million aid to Somalia because of the drought. She goes, this isn't like other droughts. This isn't like other emergencies when 4 straight rainy seasons do not produce sufficient rain. We are looking at potentially unprecedented catastrophe with millions of lives hanging in the balance, she said. You see, this is false. You see how they narrate their own story to the world to make it seem like Somalia is dying. All these people are just like they're just on the brink of death.
Can I say something about that, if you don't mind, Sanu?
Yeah, let me just finish what I'm saying to you. So what I'm saying is these people are put in place, because they own the mainstream media as well, right? They own all these big networks, and they put this out there to make it seem like we're useless. But it was also announced, I don't know, a few months back or weeks, something like that, about Somalia discovering gold, like one of the best pure, grade gold, right? Just before Farmajo left office.
Watch out, I was gonna make a joke. I was gonna make a joke and say America's gonna give them democracy now.
Yeah, so the America's not gonna leave Somalia. And how is Somalia not learning from their past relationship with the US for the last, I don't know, 20, 30 years? You know what I mean? What have they done for them? And then everybody wants to attack our president in Eritrea. He knows the enemy very well. Yes, some people are suffering in my country. Yeah, we don't, you know what I mean? Like maybe, but you have to understand, they were sanctioned for even helping Somalia. They tried to blame Eritrea for Al-Shabaab, but who's funding Al-Shabaab? Let's dig deep.
That's a good question.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I'll add to that.
It's not African.
I'll
It's
add
not
to that.
Africans. It's not Africans. Funding Al-Shabaab. It is not Eritrea.
Of course.
Eritrea actually wants good for Ethiopia and Somalia and Djibouti. He actually wanted, you know what I mean? He was working with Uganda, with Kenya way back when at their independence, right? They were planning, to work together. And then when TPLF turned their back, right? They betrayed basically Eritrea to work with, to basically, they chose money over working together with their brothers and sisters on the continent for AIDS and whatnot. But to do that, when you take money from the devil, there's consequence to face. And look where TPLF is right now. And look where Ethiopia is right now. There's so much complexity, but we need to learn from our history. We need to learn from what we've gone through. And I feel like Somalia, they just gone back to 30 years ago by putting this guy in power, the current president.
It is a troublesome time ahead of us. A lot of Somalis know that. So I know if I could just quickly go back to one point, actually several points, but I'm just going to pick two of them. The drought situation, although I understand the point you're making, and I agree with it, obviously Somalia has become a cash cow for a lot of these people in order just to keep us, saying, oh, we're helping Somalians and stuff like that. However, the drought situation, it's a serious issue. It's actually a extremely serious issue right now. A lot of them actually is man-made. I've recently discussing environmental expert, someone that's actually studied the matter, has worked for the Ministry of Environment of Somalia, and he's actually highlighted some of the issues. Somalia experiences 2 rain seasons from March to May and September to October. One of them is called the long rain season, and as you might have pointed out earlier, consecutively that rain season has been missed. A lot of it has to do with the climate change. A lot of them has also to do with man-made issues such as deforestation of certain part, which I've touched upon previously. Also the perpetual chaos, or at least some of the governments not being able to fully roll out these environmental policies that have been ironed out because of certain insecurities, Al-Shabaab controlling certain regions, meaning a lot of people actually are suffering. And a lot of the money that sometimes is promised to help these people in need actually goes missing because it's found out, the US and UK and Europe know when they give out this money to certain people, they know this money is going to disappear in the middle. By the time it reaches the actual intended target, little is left and there's not much can be done. Like sometimes bridges are not built, right? Even if the rain season comes, also people die because the rivers overflow and people can't cross the road anymore, or certain areas anymore. So those are some of the serious issues, the drought that's happened in the last few years, and it's getting worse. The 2 major rivers in Somalia, Shabelle and Juba, have also been observed. They've been drying up as well, actually. And that again presents a serious issues of, where clean water can be found. Majority of Somalis actually are pastoralists. They actually, they're very nomadic. They feed their cattle. And if access of clean water is not found, they will die. A lot of the food that can locally be sourced through farming.
But yeah, my brother, I just wanted to add to what you're saying, right? So you see, the thing is, you have to understand how is the aid coming in, helping. Look at Israel, right? Look what they've done. They live in a desert. Look what they've done for themselves, right? Growing, and they not only feeding themselves, but they're sending food across the world, right? They're for business. So what I'm saying is, you have to understand the cycle. They're like, aid is not helping your country, period.
I absolutely
it doesn't
agree.
Right? So what I'm saying is, ways to help is, I know in Somaliland, actually there was a Somaliland, I know it's not a country, present like this, seen by the world, but they're doing some great things. Even diasporas are moving there to build, to work on agriculture, and they're doing irrigation system underground. And you should check it, like it's amazing. So what I'm saying is, with these people, sorry, I'm just gonna call, with these people, like in Somalia, if the president really cared for his people, and this aid money that's coming in, first of all, he doesn't need the aid money. He could use the gold that they just found, use that as a collateral. But that's not what's happening. He's not there to help the people. He's a puppet put in position to help the West and control even more, put their foot on the ground even more. But the general Somalians, they don't know what's going on. They just don't know. They don't know. I was having a conversation yesterday with my accountant who is Somalian, and he has no idea. It's like, you know, whatever. Like that's exactly what he said to me. You see. So what I'm just saying to you is like our Somali brothers, so they're very intelligent people. I don't doubt it. But we need to go think deep and look at the issues. Like, and if you really want to help your people, go there and build, you know, do things and question the government. Who are these clans making these decisions?
Can I also interject and add a point?
Can I just go back to one point more, if you don't mind, bro? Just because she mentioned quite a few points. Sister, first of all, I want to make it absolutely clear. I agree with you. We should not become aid dependent. And these people don't have genuine interest. Even some of the monies they're promising, I even doubt it reaches where it's supposed to go. And if it's meant to be, like, if the amount is genuine, who do they hand it to? I don't know. I generally agree with you on your premise. I was just pushing back to say the drought is a serious issue. But another point I want to also raise to you, I'm involved with several projects in Somalia, and I can assure you there are a lot of Somalis, either diaspora or local people, who are actively getting involved with a lot of projects such as capturing the rain. You mentioned the north of Somalia, for example. I want to point out to you there are several projects that some of them I know of, a lot of youth that have traveled from the UK, set up manners of how to produce clean drinkable water in certain region that was not easily accessible before. So this is not any government or administration run. These are locally funded projects, and things like that is, you know, I can assure you a lot of youth are actually involved in to help out. The government as well is, look, it has certain limited capacity in terms of what it can do, not only just money, but what itself it can do as well. And the problem is when certain people have been put in power, they don't allow, you know, in terms of people that are capable of implementing or bringing about real changes, to be put in the position of influence that they can do it. And that is the issue we have. The Western know it, right? When they put certain people on there, they know, for example, they're not gonna get a lot of highly capable engineers that are Somali, who there are plenty of them, by the way, to take them to certain regions to say, look, build a dam here, you know, make sure wells are a bit easily accessible for the local people there. These are the real issues that we're having, and I agree with you. We should not become aid dependent. We do have certain capabilities, but we also lack in certain support as well. And I don't think we should expect the Westerners to help us. Unfortunately, they are interfering as well. That's one thing I want to say.
100%. 100%.
Yes.
They're interfering. Yeah.
And it's a real issue. And one point I want to go back into, although I don't want to make a big debate out of this. You mentioned the religion earlier.
Can I just chime in?
Go ahead, Awa.
I don't want to make a big debate out of this.
Awa, do you want to say something?
Go ahead.
I mean, I think people need to realize that you can say, oh, sorry, you can say like the Somali people should do this and that. There have been multiple engineers who left.
You're gonna have to turn off your YouTube for a bit. I think you're.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Sorry, I had the other stream going on.
No worries.
But you can say that Somali people have to go back. There are people who are on the ground who are constantly, you know, building roads and infrastructure and things like that nature. But we have also seen multitude of assassinations by the Al-Shabaab people, directly targeting diaspora people and people who are directly investing in their regions and in their country. And
okay, my sister, I just want to, go ahead. Sorry, finish your thought.
This is beyond Somali people. Like, we are literally in a proxy war. And if you don't understand that, like, we have drones constantly droning farmers in the Jubaland area, and the Americans keep calling them Al-Shabaab when they're not. They're just regular farmers. We have, you know, people being assassinated, political figures. So we have this proxy war going on, and that's another layer that people need to understand. Like, the Somali people know that Americans are not our friends. Matter of fact, they're one of our #1 enemies. But they're forcefully coming into Somalia with their troops.
No, they're not forcefully coming in. No, my sister, they're not forcefully coming in.
No, the Somali government allowed
it. Let's be honest with each other. No,
they did. In the Farmaajo administration, they allowed it. They signed for it. That's the reason why the.
No, that is incorrect.
I'll send the link. I'll send the source.
No. You're saying the Farmaajo government allowed the US to come in?
No, there was an airstrike that happened not far from now, but It was the Somali
Can we
government
be
that
all honest
administrated it
with
and
each
allowed them to
other?
do that
Like,
airstrike.
how the
Mo, you
Americans
made a
went
claim
into
that Farmajo
Somalia
allowed it.
again
Can you back it
is
up, please?
because when Farmajo
I'll send it right
left,
now. I'll send the link.
the current president, who is actually a puppet of the U.S. and the Western countries, signed for it. And the signatures, it's actually against international law, because when you're allowing foreign governments and foreign troops to come to your country, it has to go through the parliament, which it hasn't. There's no parliamentary members who were sent the document. They didn't send it to the parliament, and the parliament didn't agree to it. So this is all against international law anyways. But what I'm saying is, like, they're literally, these countries don't adhere to international law. And the average Somali person is aware of this. Like, we're not like saying, oh, we don't know what the Americans are. Of course we know what the Americans are doing. Literally, we hear it from people on the ground all the time. But this issue with Somalia is bigger. It's an actual war that's happening on the ground. And the reason why the US is constantly destabilizing Somalia is because they want to bring in a strong regime, so that these regimes can actually sign the oil contracts for them. That's literally all they're here for. So let's not get it twisted. They're not here for the interest of the Somali people or helping the Somali people in any humanitarian capacity, because they haven't. In the past 30 years, all they've done is constantly bring their troops in wars and kill civilians. And the Somali people know that they're here for the oil. There's literally nothing else. Somalia has over 23 trillion tons of oil offshore and on the ground. And that's really what they want, is the oil. And that's pretty much why we're suffering all these years. But to say that Somali people don't know, it's actually disingenuous.
Yeah, but you have to understand, we have to be able to take action.
It's a matter of fighting it.
No, we have to be like, you have.
But we also have, you know, the reason why we're having these conversations is because we want the wider African community to know what's really happening in Africa.
No, and we also want to educate our own people.
Somalia, it's not something easy.
But that's the thing, right?
So a foreign-funded terrorist organization. 2, you have NATO, all these NATO countries, and the United States constantly bringing troops to your region. 3, you have these countries who are constantly toppling governments that are actually working for the Somali people and bringing in supporting warlords and criminals, so that they can get a hold of all of Somalia, so that they can get all these contracts. So that's pretty much what.
So can I ask you a question, my sister? My sister, can I ask you a question?
Undertaking. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah, I just have a question for you. So do you think the underlying problem, one of the underlying problem is, okay, so why is Somalia so close with the Arab League, and why do they work so closely with these Arab nations? Why does Somalia, more than coming closer to their other, like Kenya and Uganda, all these other neighbors that they could work with, reach out to, right? Why are they so inclined to be more close to the Arab League, the same people that are using you, the people, to destabilize it, using like the Al-Shabaab. The Al-Shabaab have to have money, they have to have funding, and I'm not sure which country in the Arab country is supporting them, maybe multiple of them, but it's coming from there.
Can I say something?
Right?
So that question has the assumption that Somali people are
the Somali
going
people
after.
haven't been engaged in the Arab League since 1991, but we're not close. We're close to certain Arab countries.
There are decisions that they're making nowadays that's what I'm saying. Even the Somalis, they don't know what's going on. They don't know what is going on. They don't know the government's making decisions on their behalf of the people.
Guys, can I speak to something quiet for a bit?
The Arab League pretty much is dissolving, because a lot of the countries who were actually pro, a united Muslim society is pretty much not active in the Arab League, like Syria, for example, all these other countries. And so Somalia hasn't been active in the Arab League. As far as like when Ethiopia, when the TPLF was ruled by Ethiopia and Kenya, I don't know if you know, but all these countries were working with the United States to destabilize Somalia. So Somali people didn't feel like they needed to have a good relationship with these countries, because they were indirectly involved in these wars. But do the Somali people, you know, they're not dumb. They're not going to say, oh, all of Kenyans and all of Ethiopians are, you know, our enemy. No, we know that regimes are not, you know, a representation of the people. There are people who are good people who want a stable Africa and stable Horn Africa. But we can't also, you know, walk away from the fact that these countries were also directly involved with the US and the EU and the UK wars in Somalia. So that's why they're kind of, you know, that's why they kind of moved away from that. But since Farmajo came back, those relationships were rebuilt. The only issue we had was with Kenya because they were constantly, you know, the regime there was constantly, you know, interfering with the Jubaland regions and killing innocent civilians with their army. But those things could be resolved when there are governments that are interested in a united Horn Africa and a united African Union, you know, and people. That's not, I'm not saying that these relationships cannot be mended because they can't. Clearly they can. It's, you know, you can see it with Ethiopia. We have a better relationship with Ethiopia once Abiy Ahmed came into place and said, hey, let's make peace. Let's work towards our economic development and our people and our internal interest. So it's not black and white. It's more complicated than that.
Guys, can I also say something? Again, you know, based on what everyone's saying, I was doing a little research, you know, looking through, because again, the Eritrean system made a lot of good points, which I did agree with. You know, Somalia receives 2 billion in aid, or received 2 billion in official, you know, aid money in 2020. So I wonder where all of that 2 billion went. You never, because again, the country is actually, I would say, in a far worse situation than it is now than in 2020. And in between that, you received approximately 4 billion, and you've not contributed to the benefit of Somalia in any way, shape, or form. The second point I was going to make is with Farmajo. Mika, if you play the last link I sent, it will show you during Farmajo's time, there was an initiative between Farmajo's administration and the Americans to bomb strategical locations with Al-Shabaab, you know, Al-Shabaab hideouts. But you know, unfortunately, there was a lot of civilians caught in that strike. The lack of care from the Somali government to do such a devastation, yeah, that's exactly some of the devastations that have been caused by this administration of Farmajo's. You know, during his time, there was a lot of things like this approved, and it just shows the damage and the carelessness for his people and the irrational judgment for him to approve of such a drone strike to, you know, to damage the homes of civilians that barely have anything. So that just shows, you know, the lack of care. These leaders don't have any remorse, don't care about anything. They just care about their monies and their pocket and their wages being filled. And that is the truth.
That is not the truth, actually. Can I wholeheartedly actually respond to that? Mo, I'm very disappointing that you look like you've already made up your mind and you're already condemning someone. Can I just first of all point out the drone strike that you're talking about? That's something that America has been actually carrying out well before even President Farmajo came into power. This is an American foreign policy, by the way, nothing to do with any Somali person that they can do.
They're working with the Somali administration.
Can I actually say that? Actually, can I, first of all, for you to say they're working with it, you have to understand America is a world power. You cannot say to them, you cannot do this drone attack. This is something that has started by George W. Bush way before President Farmajo came in. Number one. Number two, the killings that you're referring to, this is something that during Farmajo's presidency, they've actually highlighted the issue of civilian death. Did you know about that? I am well in touch with some of the official governments and I'm speaking about this issue. Are you reading from certain articles or are you actually know people on the hand talking about the effects of people that have suffered as a result, either injury or death? That's one thing I want to say. The other issue that you talked about the foreign aid that you're saying somehow insinuating that Farmajo's either or his administration stole. Let me make something clear to you. Anyone that has followed the Somali affairs has highlighted in the last 4 years during President Farmajo that the level of corruption has gone down to the point that for the first time ever, Somalia has had actually an anti-corruption committee that was created under President Farmajo. And if you actually care to know, they have been publishing every year the financial aid. By the way, you can go and look it up, but I don't know whether you actually bothered to look it up. The breakdown in terms of those aid, how it's been done, is done in two sections. One is called humanitarian and the other called developmental. Did you know that under President Farmajo, that foreign aid that you're talking about, it started off less than 2 billion, it has increased for 2 years, then it's gone down again. Did you know that 70%, when he first empowered the previous administration, 70% of that was humanitarian reason, meaning they wanted us to be reactive. President Formaggio reversed that trend. He actually said that we need to increase the developmental aspects of, meaning roads have been built. Did you know the amount of roads that have been built under President Formaggio? Go to speak to anyone that lives in Mogadishu or outside Mogadishu, and they will attest to that. So, brother, it's quite important for us not to come in here and spread misinformation. And if we don't know the facts, we shouldn't come and actually interject and say our opinion. It's very important, honestly. Facts matter and words matter. Unless you can provide reference that somehow President Formaggio has been spending $2 billion, whatever it is, and they've not done anything. I mean, please, I'll give you all the grant for you to back up your resource. I will post links in the government. Every year they have been, the transparency level and the President Formaggio is unprecedented in history of Somalia. Every year they have been releasing the report, which countries have been sending the aid, what exactly has been used for, and also the Somali GDP, the remittance allowance, how much that has been used, the tax that has been collected. All of these is easily available. So that's one thing I very much want to push against. Another point I wanted to ask about Seno and the hour talked about. And Seno, you mentioned about the Arab League of Somalia. I mean, you have to understand the question that you asked. There was an assumption that somehow Somalis are running off after Arabs and, you know, that sort of stuff. That's not the case. There is a presidency here that even before the civil war, Somalia was put or was member part of the Arab League. That has continued until now. It's not something that we're seeking or running after. It's just something we're part of. And we have been since trying to create other alliances, be it the Horn Africa Alliance, the tripartite, and now with Eastern African community. A lot of Somalis would today welcome working with the regional governments, be it Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti or whatever. We welcome all of that. We're not only exclusively running after Arabs and whatnot. About the question about religion as well, I want to say something to you. You know, Europe right now is, you know, one of the regions or a continent that is one of the richest and well developed, but also is a region that has suffered great deal under you know, the Second World War was not really a religious war. It's actually a religion of, you know, different ideologies of countries that want to take over or not. Today there are some countries that have over 70%, like Italy, people that identify themselves as Christian. Religion is not necessarily evil. It's just a tool. It's a personal matter. So, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing for people to believe in religion or higher power, or even not if you don't want to believe in.
Yes, my friend. But
can I finish off? Can I finish
Sure.
off? Sorry.
Mhm.
What I want to highlight is, unfortunately, when there is lack of development and aid, that's when people start looking for division one another. I guarantee you, if Europe tomorrow suffers a massive economical recession and people don't have necessary resources, they want to start looking at each other, and then we're going to see wars between the Catholics and Protestants. That is a fact. But Africa, because we are suffering, we don't have resources. People are, you know, don't have a lot of things. They are pit against one another, either through religion, through tribal, or other differences, or skin tone in some parts even. That is the issue. So we shouldn't necessarily focus just on religion. We need to look at how can we put our people at a certain level so people don't focus on these differences. Why should you care what this person worships? Why should you care how this person looks like, or, you know, what tribe they come from? When there
I
is
agree with you, brother. I agree with you.
People start looking at the difference and people start putting boxes in each other. So go ahead.
No, I agree with what you're saying. To each his own, but you have to understand Africa is a different situation. Religion was brought to us. You have to understand, right? So a lot of things and so what I'm saying is practice your religion, whatever you want. That's besides the point. But to put religion before your country, that's a problem. You see, when you start doing that, you lose focus on matters that matters on things that matter to the community, to the people, education, infrastructure, security, like economic growth. So women cannot even do business without the permission of men in Somalia, because
that's not true. Actually, that's absolutely true.
I saw a lot. Like, yeah, whether you want to say it's not true, that is a problem.
A lot of women can open up business without any permission.
But the Al-Shabaab is not having it. What is Al-Shabaab's?
Al-Shabaab does not control all of Somalia. They are in certain.
Hello?
Well, we are on a journey to One Africa. So very important. I want to remind all of you guys that I'm still in control. and we need to give each other time to speak. Right? Sometimes it might be hard to
I
listen,
just
but we need
wanted,
to give each other time
sorry, Mika,
to
I just
speak.
wanted to correct the
No,
sister.
no. Let me just finish first. All right.
Let Mika talk.
This is very important. Otherwise, I'm gonna go to commercial break. Another one. We need to give each other's time to speak. Me personally, to be honest with you, and all of you guys, you might not enjoy everything every single person says. I don't enjoy everything that every single one of you say, but I still listen, right? Because I know I'll have my time to speak. So regardless, whoever's speaking or sharing, if they're sharing lies or truth, just leave them be to finish what they say, and then you'll have your own chance to respond or to speak to whatever. So let's try to have that, because a lot of people are watching us, a lot of people are following this, and if we just go back and forth, we look like we look like a little kids, and we're not. So yes, you will continue sharing. Someone was sharing here before the interruption began. So we're gonna continue with that person, and then we're gonna go to another person who wants to, to keep addition. And if you wanna add something, you can always talk to me in the private chat right here, and I'll give you a chance to share as well. So can we move forward? And I hope I can count on you guys, right?
Can I finish, Mika, what I was saying?
Oh yeah, I just wanna know if I can count on you guys.
I
If
was
you
just
are,
gonna go after her as
Yes,
well.
yes, of course.
all right, good. Yeah, you can finish.
So with all due respect, right? I'm not trying to put, the religion of certain people down, none of that stuff. I'm just saying to you, that should not be the focus of any nation, because that's personal. Your religion is your personal view. That should not be the one running the country. So I think with the Al-Shabaab, what they're doing, I know they don't run the country, but they're trying to stifle the situation in Somalia. Who are these people? Are they not Somalians too? So the thing is, like, Somalia was very progressive, very well-run country in the 70s and the 80s, right? What happened? People were dressed normal. They don't have to wear that whole, outfit to cover themselves because of their religion, or a woman was not put down because, they were and women are very intelligent part of society. So if you let them run, in the government, if you let them run the business, it's only to help the country itself. So when you put down a certain group, especially the females, the women, they're the one that's giving birth to the men. Let's not forget that, right? So what I'm saying is, religion should not be put first. Look at Tanzania, right? They have different religion groups. They don't put their religion first. It's a very peaceful country because of the leader from independence, how they decide to be as one as equal, not clans, not this, not that, right? Eritrea is another example. Even though we had a lot of other groups coming trying to break us, whether it was religion, now they couldn't do with any of that. What they try to do, the latest was like by cities. If you're from this city, you're from like the north city, the south city, whatever, then they're dividing. You're close to the Tigray region, so you're that part, you're supporting them. So it's just nonsense after nonsense to find ways to divide the people. And so we as a people, we need to put that in the back burner and think as people, as Africans, work together. Like, I don't care what religion, what clan you are. You're African. Let's prosper. How we have all the resources, we have all the richness. If we have these top people coming into place and they're not doing things for the people, using the wealth is not for one individual. The wealth of that nation, the resource of that nation is for the people. Is for the people. The previous president of Tanzania, Magufuli, Dr. Magufuli, God rest his soul, may he rest in power. He was teaching the people that people didn't even know. He was telling, we are wealthy. We are wealthy people. We have everything. We're not poor, even though the West would continuously say, we're poor, we're drowning, we're dying, we have AIDS, we have this, we have that. All false, to keep us down, to keep Africans running away from the continent and build West, build Europe, right? So, and then it goes into our mind to think that we're nothing. We're not like, we have nothing. And then we're like, oh, it's corruption. corruption, yes, there's a lot of corruption in Africa, but there's more corruption in the West. There's more corruption in Canada. There's more corruption happening in Europe, but they make it legal corruption. They make it legal. They put a smile on it. They put it on paper, and so they make it. It's like legal corruption. You see, so we need to wake up and know where is our what's the word I'm looking for? Where is our loyalty to? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to you know, to bring to everybody, to say, like, where's our loyalty? Like, if these people are doing things that are not for our people, we need to speak up and not protect them because they are from our clan, or protect them because they're from my group, or they say, you know what I mean? Say the truth, what it is. Because if we don't do that, we cannot get better. And I think change can only happen from the ground up, not from the top up. It will never happen from the top down. Will not. It has to happen from the ground up. So we have to educate each other. We have to share among our people, our friends, families, and whatnot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our, you can go next.
Me.
Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't honestly use Al-Shabaab as a representation of Islam. They're not. They go against all tenets of Islam, for a matter of fact. I was just gonna say, you know, like, the Somali people are very progressive. I mean, my mom grew up in the 80s and 70s in Somalia, and Somali women are very progressive women. And you know, if you go to Somalia, half of the business owners are actually Somali women. There's nothing in our culture or religion that stops women from, you know, choosing what they want to choose. But I agree with you in some terms, sister. You know, we have to look beyond our own. You know, when I'm dealing with someone from an African country I'm not used to their culture, or I'm not used to their language, you know, you have to start from the, you know, basic, get to know the person, get to know them, let them educate you on what is their culture, what is, you know, their history. You know, once you have that common ground, then you can move beyond that and actually develop great relationships. And that's what's missing from us, I feel like, as an African continent. Like, we all focus too much on our differences rather than looking at the vast majority of us actually have more in common than there is differences. You know, like when it comes to, like, our traditions or our culture, or when it comes to our family values, like, all of these things, we have a lot of commonality in that. And I feel like if we focus on those, we are able to transcend beyond these minor differences that we have. So that's all I was going to add to that, Mika.
I appreciate. Yes, Djibout Warrior, you have 1 minute to add your contribution as well.
Thank you, Mika. You know, the brother Warsame made some points that, you know, I do agree with some of the points he did correct me on, but he can't correct me on the corruption chart, because it states on the link I just sent from the economics page, it shows that, you know, Somalia's corruption was the highest when Farmajo was in seat. It shows from the other presidencies to Farmajo, and Farmajo's one is skyrocketed, and you can see from the chart that I've sent from a legit website. So I just came to correct Warsame on that. Farmajo is not better than the rest of the Somali presidents, and you can clearly see this depiction showing, you know, the corruption within Somalia at his reign.
All right. Well, Same.
Thanks, Mika. Mo, it looks like you're on a mission. For someone that claims to be not from Somalia, you seem to have a lot to say, anything to insinuate anything bad about our country.
No, I'm not saying it's just to point out as a fact.
Can I finish off? You claim to be a legit website. I don't know what legit website means. You just paste the website. I've never heard of these people before. And also, as you know, Somalia is the punching bag for a lot of the world. Everywhere you go, you will never find an English-speaking website that actually says anything positive about Somalia. Maybe that's our fault for, you know, the civil war we caused ourselves, but also a very unfair image of our name. Brother Mo, I highly encourage you to get in touch with people that come from Somalia. Clearly, you don't want to listen to me, although I come from Somalia and I'm in touch with actually a lot of people back home. But if you don't want to take my word for it, I highly encourage you. Anyone that is honest and sincere will attest that the Formaggio has been honestly the most transparent president in the history of Somalia, even before. We're talking about 30, 50, 40 years here. If you, for some reason, disagree with that, fine, that's your prerogative. But I do want to say to you, let's stick to facts here. And we want to, that's what's the important thing here. You just Googling something, you will find that, for a lot of other organizations, they've been listing Somalia as the most corrupt nation in the history of the world for the last several years, even before President Formaggio. And I can now prove to you now as well, this will not even improve in the next few years. This is not something against Formaggio or Hassan Sheikh Mahmoud or anyone else. This is something, an image problem that Somalia has, is a cash cow. Everyone wants to say something bad about Somalia. I want to say to you, speak to people that are there, that know what's been happening. I posted the link earlier. You made a statement claiming, 2 billion has been spent where it is, when it was clearly easily provable if you actually managed to search for it rather than having input on it. And similar thing, as I said to you, there's been a transparency anti-corruption committee that has been created, who have been actively fighting against. I know people who have been put in prison because of the level of corruption they have done. I will leave it at that. If I cannot convince you, obviously you might not be interested for your mind to be changed. I want to go back to another point that Seno made very briefly. Actually, before I do that, Mika, apology for earlier on. Honestly, it's not a position where I like to, interrupt people or shout over. So I do want to apologize for that. I appreciate the platform, and we're here to share our knowledge and experience. We're all Africans. We all should respect each other, and we all want to, improve or talk about the issues that affect in our countries, so we can highlight to it and move on. So, I just want to go back to it, and as our take, but I don't want to take too much time on this. Somali people, as I said to you, I'm in touch with, I know a lot of people there. Actually, the rate of Somali women that are business owners is extremely high. Actually, in Somalia, I'm talking about small to medium or even big businesses. Even there are other parts of Somalia, including Tanzania. I've heard a very famous woman lives there, and she's one of the most wealthiest women in Africa. That is again a woman. So it's important for us to differentiate, these people that claim to represent Islam and whatnot, and then they say women shouldn't be allowed X, Y, and Z reason. I have my mothers, my sisters, and other family members. They are very open. They can speak their mind. They can set up a business. That's what Somalia has always been, and that's my religion too. And I want to again go back to the differences here. It's not religion here. The difference is not ethnicities or tribes and whatnot. The issues is because we are in a position of poverty. Therefore, anyone can come in and pit one against one another. That is the issue Africa has faced for as long as I can remember. That's the reason why even the colonizer came in and they were able to work with certain tribes and pit them against others. And that's why they took advantage over us. What we need to do now in the modern age is to learn from our history and support one another. It doesn't matter what God they worship to. Doesn't matter what the complexion of the skin is. Doesn't matter what language or tribe they're from. It's not. So we need to make sure we do that. Let's not look at the differences, and let's look at what actually brings us together. Today I'm Somali, but I'm also African, right? And we need to. I rather support an African brother and sister of mine rather than taking the word of what Westerners says. Brother Mo posted a picture, a website that claims that Somalia today was one of the four. Why should I take the word of some Western-run compilation? I should speak to fellow Somali or fellow African and ask their opinion, what they think. That's what I want to conclude. I'm out. Thank you.
Appreciate. We're gonna move on to another topic, but I want to add something to this topic where we're talking right now in a form of question and also contribution. We know we have a secular states and non-secular states, right? And I think it's having a conversation of changing, let's say a non-secular state to go to secular state is something that is not going to be productive, because that might not happen. But the question that we can ask ourselves is, all these issues that we see are happening, how can we stop them, or how can we take them away from that? Because we do have we really have a problem, right? Whatever that it is, whoever that is trying to destroy the image of our nations, the image of our country, they have their own agenda, yes, but we do have a problem. And how can we get away from that? Because I think it's very sensitive topic to talk about, but it's very important for us here to actually have a suggestion or solutions. How can we move away from this? And especially if we all agree that there are issues when there's a secular state or when there's a non-secular state? Do we agree that there's issues that we are talking about right now? And if we do agree, then what's the reason behind that? Instead of blaming one thing, we need to find out what is really issue behind all these things. Because honestly, nothing will change. Nothing is going to change if back in the days, I mean, Tanzania is of course secular state, but there was a time that one regime, they wanted to turn it to a non-secular state, and people, they didn't really agree to it because it was kind of like changing the foundation of this country, right? And the same thing goes to other countries that maybe they're non-secular state. Changing to secular state is something that it will never happen, because it's culture. It's something that kind of like the foundation of that nation. And going back, nobody will be willing of that particular country to go back. But how can we stop what is going on? How can we stop all this madness that are happening in our countries? And for this specifically, I want to point out about non-secular states that we have in our continent here in Africa. Anyone that have any opinion, you can just jump in, and then we'll move forward.
I was just gonna jump in and say, in general, this of course this has nothing to do with what you said. It might not, but I just come here to say that we're all Africans. We're all people with, we share a continent, we share the name Africans. This talk should not be, hostile towards each other. We only say what we say to progress and to identify problems within a country, so we can see other people's perspective and hopefully progress from that. We say what we say because we need Africans to, in another way, wake up, so we can actually see the problems that are underlining our continent, how people disregard Africa. Me and Mika have spoken a couple of months ago, where we talked on Djibouti, and I gave him I said to Mika a very simple quote, and it still stays with me, because Africa is the only continent in the world that can sustain itself, while other continents can't. That's why other continents have a mutual agreement to keep Africa down, because it doesn't benefit anybody for Africa to rise. And I hope you heed my words in saying that Africa is the only continent that can self-sustain itself. It doesn't require anybody else. The rest of the world would collapse without Africa. That's why it's beneficial for the Europeans, for the Asians. It doesn't matter what country you're from, it's beneficial for them.
Yeah, I appreciate Djibout warrior. Those are words of wisdom, so I really appreciate that. Okay, then we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next topic, and here we're gonna talk a little bit about oil exploration between North Somalis and Taiwanese. And in this case, we have our Taiwanese brother Pai. He will share a little bit about his thoughts on this, and as well as we'll go to Wasame. I believe you have something to say about this, and Awa, pretty much, if you have anything to say about this, because this is pretty much your place. Pai, it's good to see you, brother.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far to call myself Taiwanese, because after the war, I don't know if there'll be a Taiwan. But
that was just a joke. That was just a joke, my brother.
But yeah, anyway, I believe this was March 30th, 2022. The CPC Corporation, the oil company in Taiwan, they announced that they have, I believe it's a 49% share in exploring oil in the north of Somalia territory. And I do think this deal is okay, from the perspective as Africa in terms of development, because a lot of oil and gas deals, at least in Africa, most of the oil, first of all, the oil and gas can't be produced in the first place because the North Africans are not sharing it. The Middle East are not sharing it. Europe, as far as the British company, Shell company, and US, they're not sharing the information on how Africa can be specifically oil independent. But at least in the far as this deal compared to other deals I've seen, it is better, because they do have a 51% share. The Somalis will benefit slightly more from this. But from my perspective, I believe that it's neutral, not good or bad, because at the same time, there's a lot of better deals that they could have made, in my opinion. Like, for example, if you look in the context in terms of the diaspora, like Trinidad and Tobago in the Caribbean, one of our major countries, we've been producing oil there, gas there. Most of the oil and gas, it doesn't go, even though we're closer to the America, the US, and the countries militaries are really weak, only in the hundreds, even less than Somalia probably. They've been able to produce oil and gas in their own companies, most of the money going to the Trinidadians instead of the Americans or the British for over 100 years as far as oil and gas. So if someone like, and there is Lebanese, Arabic speaking and English speaking people in Trinidad. So if there was if there were Somalis that studied abroad there and learn about the industry, they could be able to produce it on their own for themselves, by the people, so that as long as they have the people to protect the oil, which I know is always a problem, we always talk about insecurity, they could do it themselves and be able to produce oil and gas for themselves without interference. So I think that's more the kind of deals we should be taking, not going to a country like China that is going to, in exchange for necessarily these deals, you have to get into a debt trap. And after you see one of these major Chinese deals, at least not necessarily in terms of oil, but similar deals, you'll see that the debt goes up by even 20, 30, 40, 50%. It's better to be able to be oil independent and be able to use that oil independence to get rid of the debt and pay off the debt and be independent. Like, for example, in other countries, like for example Russia, their debt is only 70%. The debt to GDP is really low, so they're independent. One of the most independent countries in the world right now. That's why it's a superpower, even in comparison to the EU, the US, and China. But that's what I have to say about that particular deal. But you can go ahead. I want to hear your perspective as well.
Can I say something, Pai? Can I go ahead, or Awa, if you don't mind, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out. So the issue is, so recently I sat in a panel discussing actually with the former secretary of Somali Ministry of Environment, is someone that had hold 2 PhDs, marine studies and climate expert. And one of the discussion was actually this oil exploration and how much of it we done. I mean, ideally you would think, we should go ahead and, extract all the oil and gas so we can all benefit from it. But there was actually interesting take on it that actually now there's some things we need to seriously consider. And this is my worry now, when you have certain people in the north of Somalia that occupy and they just sign all deals with all these foreign countries, not knowing exactly what it entails and the risk associated. And by that, what I mean is, for example, when it comes to offshore drilling, for example, there's a technological challenges that exist even for a lot of the developed countries, because the issue is that if for whatever reason there's an oil spill, it can have a disaster, environmental disaster on it. We've seen, for example, in Niger, West Africa, Shell and others, what they do in BP. Sometimes they don't go out of their way to stop that, and that means the oil will come in and kill what they call fauna and flora and fauna, which means the marine life.
Sorry to cut you. Don't just 10 seconds. Don't forget about Somali Galbeed. There was some kind of eye infection issue that infected a lot of Somalis there when the Chinese were digging oil in that region. But go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was going to. So the issue is, it's not even just Taiwan itself now, or even China, anyone else that comes in. And recently we had another government that a lot of American had shares in it, and they said we want to sign oil company. And the Minister of Petroleum and Rare Mineral Resources, he just signed it off. This is a guy that doesn't have any knowledge or educational background. He just signs it. But the question is then, what deals are we actually signing? Are we considering the actual risk here? And that is the issue I have here, right? What is the level of percentage? I mean, for example, 49%, if I can use an example, the DP World in Berbera, for example, some of these guys in the north, they sign off, they're only getting 30% cut. So the 70% of it is divided by DP World, UAE, and others. So, you are effectively signing off your national resources and you're getting a small share of it. And on top of that as well, you have no technological capabilities. If something goes wrong, there's no way for you to stop it. However, I do want to talk about the energy need in Somalia. There is obviously an energy crisis that needs to be addressed in Somalia. Right now, a lot of studies that I've read, and this is a topic that I've had a great deal of interest on it, is the energy demand in Somalia is divided between the use of diesel that I guess imported from countries like Iran, believe it or not, and also charcoal, burning of trees effectively. So the issue is then, should we, venture into offshore oil exploration and gas and other things like that, for example? The question I think should be now is to say no, because as a country, we're still rebuilding, we're still developing. Although we have a lot of engineers, but still not enough. We are facing a lot of lack of knowledge and awareness when it comes to this. Even the developed countries have these issues. They don't know how to stop it if a disaster happens. There's other ways for us to meet that demand. things like renewable energy, for example, the shores, the waves in the sea, you can actually harness that kind of energy. The solar and winds, you can actually harness all of that. As the population, Somalis are scarce, and we can actually address all of the energy demand through these renewable energy sources. I think from my perspective, from Somali perspective, I think we should stay away from oil and gas exploration because the risk is too high. And also we are effectively signing over these countries and companies that have not the best interest. All they're doing is extracting their interest and money from it. But who will be the people that are suffering? Will be us. Go ahead.
That's a good yeah, so right now Somalia is not going into any offshore drilling because of the dangers when it comes to oil spills in the Red Sea or in the Indian Ocean, which will affect people who live in the coast, because those people rely on the fish that they eat and use as their mode of commerce. And I agree with Warsame, like we have to increase our capacity in terms of our engineers. We can't rely on other countries to bring their own engineering and their own engineers, because it's ultimately, when you do oil explorations and you take out the oil from the sea, there's a huge process that has to happen. It's not an easy task, and you have to do it in a sustainable and very economically clean manner. So these are things that are being researched at the moment. As far as Taiwan is not a recognized country. The Somaliland people you're talking about are not recognized. Therefore, they're going to have a lot of pushback from China, who actually has a base in Djibouti. The Chinese, when Taiwan said they're going to have a relationship with the separatist group in northern Somalia, actually China brought one of their warships to our ocean. I don't know if you guys know that. So Somalia has a good relationship with China, and we do not want to have this Taiwanese issues in our ocean, in our waters. So this will be a hard no from the Somali people. So I'll end it at that. Thank you. And also, you need to know that the Taiwanese company that's trying to do this oil or exploration, the majority shareholders are American oil companies. So this is a conflict of interest as well.
Thank you, Awa. Just a question, a point that Pai actually reminded me earlier, brother. I just want to say about Somali Galbeed. You mentioned some of the oil deal with Chinese. Just to go back, it's similar to my point as well. I mean, these people, when they come in and they sign these deals with these so-called leaders that have absolutely no idea what they're signing, and again, the average people are actually suffering from it. Either some sort of poisoning or expel and all these things. And Chinese people, I mean, I have no issue with the Chinese people, but the Chinese government, although they're trying to position themselves now that they're saying they want to help Somalia because this Taiwan question has been asked here, because Taiwan has shown interest in North Somalia. Again, this is the problem we have. These leaders that don't necessarily think long term or deeper. All these thinking is like, I'm gonna sign. There was an incident that happened last year where the president Formaggio signed a decree to say no big agreement can be signed because we have effectively entered an election era. So that means no deals with oil or anything like that can be signed. Then the guy that was head of the petroleum and rare mineral sources, he signed a company with American oil company. And then the president released a statement saying this is illegal because the decree came from the president, who's considered the head of state. And the oil company, the people that are behind it, the guy said no, the agreement still stands. So he's effectively arguing with the president of Somalia to say, no, we've signed this deal with this minister, and that should be it. And he was basically saying whatever the word the minister says is above the president. This is the issue we have. These companies and countries coming in with their own interests and then picking the bugbear between our society, the Somali issues that we have, and then using that against us. And as a result, the average people will sign. The people dying in Somalia, West Somalia, Somali Galbeed in Ethiopia, people that could potentially die in other parts of Somalia if these deals are signed. I really worry. I mean, another example was that there was a guy who claimed to be the president of Somalia in the 90s after the government fell, who then signed an agreement with the Italian mafia, who then used Libya to dump a lot of toxic waste in Somalia. And as a result, these toxic waste washed up in the shore, and a lot of people became sick and died from it. and there's no accountability. So I really worry, about these kind of deals being signed. And as a rule of thumb, I would say let's stay away from it, because there is a great risk of how to extract. Of course, I want Somalia to develop. I want other parts of Africa to develop, to become the new UAE and other things like that. But we need to do it in a way that is our African way of how to address it without necessarily overselling ourselves. We have seen in West Africa what's happening with Niger and Nigeria. They're taking advantage out of it. It's an oil-rich region. Niger should be very rich right now. It should be the new UAE. But look at it, the level of poverty and suffering that's happening over there. So I just want to point that out.
I agree with you, sir. If you don't mind, I just want to say something. So what you're saying is very true, because the thing is, we have to be able to control our own resources we don't have to rush to build like the West is building. You don't need to copy and paste. We're actually in a great position, because we can use the current technology to develop our Africa the way we want by the African mind, but the thing is, we have to expose these leaders, see what they're doing, like look at what they're doing, and not just say, oh, okay, this is what's happening, this is what's developing. So if Farmajo was doing all these great things before, how did he lose that power? You see, these are the discussions that people should be having, how, like, why did they, because, Farmajo and the Eritrean president, I just wanted to put this as well, where they were good friends. The Eritrean president, Sefako, was a fan of Farmajo. And so secretly, no one even knew that he was training 5,000 Somali, like they were training them for military, right? We didn't even know. This was done in secret, you see. So, and this was to fight Al-Shabaab and to control Somalia territories by the people, by its own people, not bring foreign people to help them, because the US was there before. What did they do? Nothing, right? It even created more pain, more disasters, and more division. So in regards to Taiwan, though, right, I just wanted to add, they're pushing so much to build relationship with other nations. I know there's another, I don't know if Mali's doing business with them, I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, besides Somaliland. But China made threats.
Sorry for cutting you. It's not really. It's just political, mostly political type of deal. But as far as business, it's not really business either. It's more like they're allowing North Somalis to study in Taiwan, and they're offering them scholarships for the type of. They're basically offering them scholarships to be able to study there for the most part. There isn't much business.
Yeah, so they both are not recognized in the world's eyes as independent countries, right? But they're helping each other. So the thing is, China doesn't want Taiwan to be independent. Obviously, it's still under. Even they just made, actually, I don't know if you guys knew this, but the U.S., right? They want to build they do have a relationship with Taiwan, and they want to expand on that. The House Speaker of the U.S., right? Nancy Pelosi, that witch, but she made a statement that she was going to go to Taiwan, and China made a threat to say, if you do step your foot in Taiwan or your plane, we will bring that plane down. We will basically, demolish it, right? They made that threat. Can you imagine to make that kind of threat against the U.S., the most powerful in the world? They're not so powerful in the world anymore. Like, the U.S. is going down slowly anyway. But they made that threat. So if Nancy Pelosi decides to go, they make that decision to go to Taiwan. They said they made a threat. They actually said this out loud, and this was on Twitter. And a lot of people actually were supporting China to bring down that plane. But then Twitter brought it down, right? I don't know if you guys knew this. But so what I'm saying is there's a lot of things happening worldwide. The U.S. is really trying to grip its hands on Africa, but they're also losing. Like, you see how France, they're also losing their grip on West Africa. It's not yet happening as much as we like it, but it's happening slowly. And so the people, I think our people are waking up. They see the same formula being used, abused, used and over and over and over. And so we see it, we're seeing it, what's happening. We see what their hands are about. So we just need to like hold these leaders accountable, and even the people on the ground, we need to do better to communicate with each other and not sell each other out, right? Not sell each other out. Like we need to have a different state of mind and think, you know, because Africa's feeding the world. Africa has everything. So for us that are in the diaspora, for us that are out there, we also need to have a different state of mind to think, okay, let me take my mind and my education and my knowledge and work with other diasporas, not me individually, myself, but let's work with others. Like instead of being 1-1-1, if you can work with 10, 15, 20, have the same state of mind and go back and build. Because like I said, it has to be from the ground up. We have to make effort to build, because as you can see, like this guy that's running the country of Somalia, I'm sorry to say that, but he's not for your people. He's, you know what I mean? And then, what are we just going to sit down back and just like, okay, let him do his four-year term. Let him do all the damage control. Let him do all these nonsense. And then God knows what, after 4 years, what's going to happen. 4 years is not a lot, but it's still a lot of years as well. So how do we progress economically? How do we progress together to work with each other? How do we get rid of these cancers, you know, that we have, that are being built, that are being funded by the West? You know, so like the army base that's in Djibouti, right? We know, okay, yeah, they're not really protecting the Djibouti people. Are they really protecting it? Are you working with your people, or are you working against your people? You know, so these outside peoples, they're strategically going to where all the access to the Red Sea, access to the oceans, they're strategically putting their armies in those positions to control us, you know? And so we need to wake up. We need to, again, it goes with the people, with us. And having these kind of discussions obviously is going to help all of us to learn from each other. But we need to change the state of mind. We have to believe in ourselves and in our individual country. We can't just talk about it. We have to show actions, and it's the time to do that is now.
Yeah, appreciate.
Yes, I don't think. I want to pick up on a couple of points on the way we have the oil exploration throughout Africa. And there's one thing that I might say, you know, when you said we don't want to do it the way the West did it, I don't want to reinvent the wheel that so many people work so hard to make it a policy. So let's say you're running a corporation, and the first thing that you do, you make sure that your corporation is sustainable. So 5% of whatever your gross income that comes in, it goes straight to the corporation. And the corporation will have a stipulation on safety, on everything that organization that needs to upheld the position. And you're going to have to understand if they have 45% to whatever the percentage that they have to deal with on the exploration. One, we don't protect our corporation. We all look at it from a business aspect. Oh, we got 45% and we're okay. But remember, out of that 45% in gross, the 5% should go to the corporation that's going to oversee for the safety of the people. And we're not doing that. And there's a lack of leadership. There's a lack of knowledge. There's a lack of understanding what's really going on the ground. It's like the gold, they use chemical to extract it. And it's a no, because regardless how long it's going to take you, they want a fast profit, a fast getting the mineral, while you're hurting the indigenous people that lives in that area. Their water is polluted. So the corporation that's formed, whenever that there is a safety concern, a health concern, it has to be addressed from before you even sign the document. And when I say West, is I don't remember, if you remember, they had the Gulf incident in the U.S. BP tried to kind of cover it up. You know, yeah, we got it under control, which they didn't. But it went all the way to the Senate, and literally they gave them, you clean it up or you're out of there. So BP had to react quickly in their PR, make sure that the coast is going to be safe, or if there's any fishing or environmental damage that's been done, that they're going to be paying for it. This is in the US because these big corporations try to get away with it. So imagine what they can do outside the US or outside the West. Their rule and regulation should be matching when it comes to the safety and health of the indigenous people and people that makes a living. So let's not underestimate certain policies that are in place, and that really is international for all of us to take advantage of it. It's just we need to have the leadership to understand what they're dealing with. Oil exploration is chemical. It's a chemical environment. So if you spill, there's a consequence. And who's that corporation that's investing their time, and how much do they have aside to help if any incident happen for the lawyers to get paid? Because the lawyers are the one that's going to sue the company that's doing the drilling. So we have to have a mechanism. Anytime that we say, okay, we're going to explore the mineral, are we using chemical? Or is it chemical base? What is the environmental case study? You don't just say, oh, don't worry, I got 45% of that. I'll take care of that. No, it doesn't work that way. There's policies that are placed, and we take the best policies that are out there to protect our continent. So anybody that signed a contract as such, and it's chemical, you better have somebody that understand about chemical environmental cases. And that's what we lack. They look at the dollar, they look at the percentage, but they don't see the damage that might cause because it's not in your backyard. They don't care. He's living a lavish life. Maybe he's in Europe while Africa is getting all this disastrous spills. So it is up to us as One Africans to bring this issue and to collectively put the safety markers and post it. You know, you see some new oil exploration somewhere. Hey, let's put the link, the possibility of a disaster. Let's make people aware. Leadership can be so blinded in certain ways, but at the same time, the people have to rise up before that exploration starts. So we have the upper hand. We have the option to make the people aware. And that awareness should come with a guarantee that we are covered just in case of a disaster. So from my point is that even though the leadership is looking to that lucrative money out of the resource, we make sure that they are aware if disaster comes, what is the ramification and what is the way we're going to deal with it. So if we keep going on that, then we'll make the African leaders, hey, don't forget, by the way, because we're human beings. It depends on what do we want. He probably want to cover 1/3 of the region that's going to be plush. But unfortunately, if a disaster comes, forget that 1/3 to be plush. It's going to hurt more of the people. And how are you going to protect them as a leadership in this corporation to cover all ends? Because there's a cost behind it. And always, I said, whatever the exploration comes in Africa, when it comes to chemical exploration, the leadership has to make different assessment. What if something disastrous happened? What is the ramification? So it's about leadership. And we're the one that's going to make sure that the leadership hears that as people.
Yeah. Appreciate Biggie for that statement, guys. Well, this has been amazing. I'm gonna ask one more quick question, very light question, to hear from you, and then we're gonna have the final thoughts from each one of you. We're gonna make this stream regularly, specifically about Horn of Africa, and also we're also thinking about doing East Africa, community stream, as I mentioned before, maybe West Africa, Southern Africa, North Africa, to kind of put all these sides, together. So, we're gonna try to make this often because there's a lot of things to talk about. Even the questions that Pai prepared for today, we're not able to cover all of them. But if you make this regularly, I saw your suggestion behind the comment section. You suggested to do this twice a month. But however we can do, either twice or once a month, it depends on your availability, guys, because we can always do this. It depends on that, or we can always come and do that. And for any questions that you guys might have specifically about this, you want us to talk about, you want us to cover, you can share with us in at oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. Share with us in that email, and we'll put them together and try to come to cover those questions. It's kind of hard to have everybody coming here to share. I know there's a lot of people today, they wanted to come here on the stream and to raise their voice, but it's hard because we've been preparing for this for almost 1 month with these guys you see right here. So I'm sorry for those who didn't get a chance to do that, but I've seen a lot of people commenting in the comment section. I've been trying to keep up with that, but still it's not even enough because it's a lot of comments. We appreciate you guys, for that. That means a lot. So for one question, the quick question that we have, and then I'm gonna go to the final thoughts. We have like 22 minutes until we finish. We're gonna finish exactly at 5 hours. It's about, yes, this question: will Hon Africans adopt Swahili as an official language? I want to hear your thoughts, guys, in this session. Right now, we see there's a possibility for, Somalia to join East African community. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I know there's a talks have been there for a long time. And, even later on expanding to, I know the other issue about Ethiopia as well later on in the future. So do you think the Horn of Africa again will adapt? And mind you that there's a lot of people even from Somalia right now who speak Swahili. A lot of majority of there. Even our brother Zaki was here today, and he speak really well Swahili. So I want to hear your thoughts on this, on specific language. Anyone who wants to go first, feel free to go.
Can I go first, Mika? Yes, in terms of lingua franca, to create a community, it's important to agree on such language because that can only be beneficial. It means obviously in terms of trade and further communication is beneficial for it. So if Swahili is one of the lingua franca adopted in order to trade, I have nothing in particular against it. Swahili, it's a language spoken by several other countries. So yeah, why not? It's English already, another widely spoken language already. So something of that similar fashion, I have no particular issues about it. So yeah, why not? If Somali joins the East African community officially, I hope something good come out in terms of trade and freedom of movement, and hopefully something that could be beneficial for everyone. That is my answer to your question, Mika. And also I would like to say, if you guys don't mind, I would like to drop off. I need to head off somewhere. I want to remind everyone for speakers earlier today, apology in advance if today some of the discussion were a bit heated. It wasn't the intention for it. I understand we're using this platform not only to share knowledge, but obviously to exchange opinions as well. I know a lot of the commenters I was reading about it. Obviously, some of them were obviously a bit annoyed about that. There was a lot of interruptions and things like that, and that's not my intention. And hopefully, that was the intention of everyone on the panel. So, to everyone else, if I've offended you or if wasn't really beneficial in terms of apology in advance. And I like coming this sort of platform, and just so we can exchange opinions. So I want to conclude on that, and I want to thank everyone on it, including you, Mika, and Big E, Pi, Awa, I'm not sure, Senu, and who else? I don't know who else I'm missing, but yeah, thank you all.
Love you, brother. Thank you for your contribution.
Oh, and I've got one issue, Mika. You should have corrected me all this time when we spoke on the phone.
I didn't even realize. Well, what were you calling me?
Micah.
Yeah, that's true. That's
true. I just thought it was your accent, so I never said anything.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All
right. Oh, Pi is so good. Oh my God, Pi is so good on that.
It's good. I will speak to you soon. Mika, we'll have another call with you soon. We need to discuss something else, but I greet you all. Bye, guys.
Yeah, one thing before you leave, I want to say is I think I'm probably going to have one of my maybe one Saturday. I will dedicate part of my diaspora talk to definitely have this discussion, because it seems like there's a lot of interest, because that's why I moved my diaspora show today, because I think it's a very important discussion, and I find it that people that really followed the diaspora talk also, it includes the diaspora that we have even on the show. So it kind of worked out very nicely. So I'm going to put an agenda maybe every third week of that month. I'm probably just going to put these conversation about the Horn of Africa. And I think we should have a very tight follow-up, because it's very important region, and the importance, it doesn't mean we have to ignore the rest of Africa, but at the same time, it will be a dedicated show that everybody can join throughout Africa, because we're all Africans, and this is about Africa. So this, I think there's quite a lot of moving parts in that part of Africa. So I find it very important that we all anticipate and put our thoughts and ideas. Anything that comes down on the ground, make sure that we're all aware and do something about it, especially when it comes to the environmental issues. So I really appreciate that you join us today, and hopefully on the next one, I'll make sure that I send out ahead of time what kind of topic is going to be, and Mika and I are going to work on that aspect of it. So
Absolutely.
for those of you that really joined me on this and taking over my diaspora time, which is all about Africa, so we're all happy that we're all here. So I don't want to break this conversation.
No, I really appreciate you moving this for us. Really, sorry to take over your session, but yeah, I really appreciate it.
No, still.
If some contacts, feel free to reach out, and more than happy to join.
All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you, brother.
Me and you, Biggie, will talk about that later behind the scene to kind of agree on some stuff. But yeah, definitely. What about any other person who wants to answer this question? And you can answer as well. You can give your final thoughts as well. Let me go to Awa.
I think we talked about this in our previous session. I don't see why not. I mean, we all speak multiple languages in our countries, in our home countries. So I don't see why not. Why we can't learn another language. I mean, that can help all Africans better communicate with one another, especially when it comes to like commerce and trade and diplomatic relationships. So I support that. I have nothing against it either. I think it's a good direction. And hopefully, I don't know who's going to vote on this. Is the African Union going to vote on this? How is this going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's not about vote. This is a matter of the influence that we have in the region itself. For me, I speak quite a few different other languages. The language is beautiful, and if it is Swahili, then so be it. You know, it's another language that I need to learn, because it's communication. I want Africans to learn as many languages as they can. And when it comes to Swahili, it should be on the agenda, because it is a very large part of Africa that speaks Swahili. And it's being practiced now. And even in Ethiopia is getting more attention to it. So that whole region really have a base to communicate. So it's very, very important that we learn Swahili, because that's one of the our own language. You know, it's not a foreign language, it's an African language. That's why Swahili Nation has more traction when it comes to language as a common, because you go through from Kenya, South Tanzania, it goes central to Uganda, go all the way to the west. You have a long line in the central that even speaks Swahili. So why not? You know, this is our language. We should learn it.
I heard it's also easy to learn, so I'm all for it.
Yep.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was just gonna say, if we can adopt English, if we can adopt French, if we can adopt Portuguese, if we can adopt Spanish, all these other languages that's spoken on the continent, but that was brought up by the colonizers. So to bring unity amongst Africans, to have one, because that's what we lack. That's why you see we speak so many different languages, where, you know, in each little corner we're not really speaking to each other, communicating with each other. Things are getting better now, but this really should have happened 50, 60 years ago. Well, they tried to do it and then it fell apart. So I think first I want to say that we all have our own individual language, our mother tongue, that we're very proud to carry on, and that's not going to be taken away from us just because we have, you know, having that Kiswahili language spoken across the continent. And a lot of African countries actually already speak that language. So it only makes it better and easier to adapt that language. So I wholeheartedly actually welcome that. Again, your mother tongue is not going nowhere. That's not going nowhere. We still have our own. But I think if we're to do business with each other, if we're to have one Africa, one community, it's good to have a language that we can all communicate. And Kiswahili, it's not a hard language to adapt. From what I've seen, I've heard as well. So I think it's a good idea, and we should really push for it as a people. Again, it does not take away, because some people might get offended and say, well, I have my own language, why can't my language be? Or my language was older than Kiswahili, and this and that, right? But you got to look at the best interest of our people, of our continent, what brings us together. So I think eliminating the foreign languages altogether and adapting that Kiswahili to speak amongst all Africans, a language that we can all use, I think it's really, really good, and we should really adapt it. And it takes nothing away from my own language. It takes nothing away from my own culture. It's just a language that we can all communicate together. So I think it's a really good push. I think the African Union already adapted that language, if I'm not mistaken. So we as a people, as individuals, young people, we should really definitely be open-minded and look into that and look at the reason behind it. It's not just a language we're taking in just for the sake of it. It's an African language, Bantu language that was made by Africans. So it is just to bring us together and to make us grow and communicate with each other. So if I go to West Africa, if they speak only French and I don't speak French, how am I going to communicate with them? But if we have a common language, then I don't need to leave the continent to do my business. We could do so many great things if we're able to communicate with each other with one language and get rid of this foreign language once for all.
Appreciate Senator.
Yeah. So thank you everybody, by the way, because my battery's about to die. So just in case if I don't come back, I will be in the back end for my laptop. But thank you for allowing me to be in the panel. And then let's just try to be one, to be oneness, to love each other, to learn from each other, to learn from one country, to learn from Eritrea, what good they've been doing, to learn from another country, what they're doing in the best interest, the African way, Yeah, so that's what I wanted to say. Thank you so much for your time.
One thing I want to add while you're talking, Sanati, about the languages, right? Let's be open to learn every single language you can possibly do, because I am open to that. But when
the more the merrier, for sure.
Yeah. So what happened is when it comes to the Swahili nation, so don't be surprised, like the Mexican Spanish and then the Tex-Mex Spanish. So along the road, when I look at the future, there will be a lot of adopted words. That's gonna be it might be Arabic, it can be Swahili, it can be Amharinya, Orominya. All this language in that eastern coast, they start having literally their own dialect, because there's an origin of the Swahili nation. I mean, the Swahili speaking, and then you adopt along the road that you'll have the same souk. It's like souk, shuk, and everybody start understanding shuk means, but it's not Swahili. People will the language itself is going to start changing, even though originality is Swahili. And this is the way I look at the future. There'll be some English term in it, some Italian terms in it. It's like it's going to be a melting pot, because this language is going to influence others in order to bring in and the attention for those that spoke English, that spoke Italian, that spoke French, and all these people that speak that Swahili at the same time. Intra-term, they're still going to have, they will be mixing it. like certain part of the Orominya and Amarinya that they use certain terms in their languages on a cross reference. So Swahili Nation and is gonna expand like crazy, because this is something that we bring in apart. So look at it 20 years from now. How many people are gonna be speaking Swahili? A lot, because we started. We said, hey, let's have Swahili Nation to be the official language. So eventually everybody starts speaking Swahili. It become one of the mandatory language in schools, just like any other English, like English class, French class, Swahili will be a part of it. This is what we're trying to do to begin with, to be part of the curriculum of the future Africa.
Appreciate Biggie. Mwenetezi, I want to hear your final thoughts as well. And I appreciate for you being here today. I know you had pretty much only one chance to talk at the beginning, but you can have your final thoughts. And remember, we'll have the other sessions of the part of East Africa. So I hope I already started to find someone from Uganda and from Burundi and from Rwanda and from Congo and everywhere to have them together. Mwenetezi? Mwenetezi might have fallen asleep. Pai, do you have your final thoughts as well? Oh, Mwenetezi is on the tree right now. Yes, Pai.
No, I don't think I really have my final thoughts. I think my final thoughts were the questions.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Appreciate for that. So guys, and I believe Red Sea, you've already mentioned, you've already shared your final thoughts, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah. All right. And Biggie, I believe you've done.
Yeah, my question is, how many of you agree to have this show once a month or twice a month? Suggestion. Since I'm online with everybody.
I think
we can talk about that in our
more
group.
Sustainable. But I'm open to twice a month if that's the case.
Okay. Anybody? Any takers?
We can discuss that in the group. Since we have the group, we can discuss it there. And
yeah, I just want to have a quick vote.
We'll bring it here. No worries.
Yep.
I agree. I'm already on the line with that, and I believe everyone will be. Someone is saying should be.
Jonathan said the Red Sea. Cause never knew you were a girl. Hold on. This is a different Red Sea.
All right. Okay. I appreciate, guys. As I said before, man, I'm gonna let you guys go for now. But as we said, we're gonna have this session. We'll come up with something good, and you guys will see the as soon as we decide, when we're gonna have the next live stream like this, in our group, just like the way we did with this one. You guys will see the video, the stream on our page on Swahili Nation. So always just go on the homepage of Swahili Nation. You'll see the upcoming live stream. For instance, the live stream of Biggie for the next Saturday. It's already there. It's already there on our Swahili Nation homepage. So you can just go there and let me show you here. You can go there and turn on notification button so that you may not miss once that that stream is coming. Come up. Right, let me show you here on the stream. We always put it here. Even this stream of today, we had it here for like 1 month. We already had it here, showing on the on our page right here. So you see this one? This one will be next Saturday. Engage both Africans in diaspora and in the continent for peaceful Africa. This is coming up next week, so you can just go and turn on notification button so that you may not miss once the day comes, right? And this is what we're gonna do for the next Hon Africa Nation. This is what we're gonna do for EAC. This is what we're gonna do for all other live stream that we're gonna be having in the near future. So you can do that as well. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate you guys for coming here today. I just want to, if you guys, you are okay, feel free to leave right now. I'm just gonna, throw out a few announcements for these 3 minutes, and then, we'll be closing the session for today. I want to appreciate so much for those who are here and are not here right now, and for you guys who are here, and appreciate for all your contribution, and your patience, as well your understanding. I think we had very productive conversation today. We just proved the level of maturity all of us we have, and the level of love for this continent that we have. We had an amazing, for the places that we didn't agree with one another, we still managed to have a productive conversation till the end. So I want to appreciate you guys, and I want to appreciate everybody in the comment section. You guys have been doing amazing. The conversation in the comment section has been incredible. We appreciate for your contribution. Just know that feel free to drop this comment in the real comment, because this one will disappear after 24 hours. So if you have anything that you want to contribute in the comment section, as soon as we end this live stream, you'll be able to drop your comments there. And also, we're going to try to prepare the timestamp for this video, so that you guys, you may see like every single place that we were talking about different topic. You'll see the title, and you'll be able to go there and to watch like that. And feel free to share this live stream even after it's done. You can share everywhere. Stay connected with our social media right now, and on Swahili Nation Instagram page, we are keeping up with Swahili Nation news. So we are trying. We actually have a team. We have already created a team of SNN news. And we have people who are working 24/7 to find some news that are happening in Africa, to find some breaking news, to find some information of pretty much every single country. So I want to ask you guys here, if there's anyone who is watching here is interested in finding news, authentic news. If you're interested in doing that, in participating in that, just hit me up at oneafricaofficial@gmail.com. Send to me your number, your WhatsApp number, and I'll add you to the group of Swahili Nation News, so that we may have more people who bring on our breaking news, and we'll be sharing on our social media as much as we can. We want everybody to be involved. So if you're here and you're interested for that, hit me up in that email, and I hope somebody can write that email in the comment section. And as well as for those writers, if you're a writer, you write articles, you write poems, you write anything, and you want to be featured in our website that will be launching pretty much next month, also let me know. Let us know in that email. We'll contact you, and we'll get to know, to see your work, and to know how can we actually establish and publish your articles on our website. This website is for Africans, so we want to promote the work that we are doing. And the news I'm talking about, they're not kind of news that we watch on BBC or CNN. No, they're kind of news that we find authentic news from our people on the ground. So we always double check and to see if this is truth and this is reality before we share. So I want to invite you guys, if you're interested to that, please do so. Also, I want to appreciate the super chat that came in here today. I want to appreciate all of you guys who contributed. Let me try to see your name and to mention your name. I want to appreciate Yaya Toure. I think you have contributed a lot today, so I want to appreciate you for your generosity. Eritrea, appreciate. Thank you so much. Senuti, appreciate for your contribution. And as well as who else? I think I mentioned, yeah, and also Ra Gienyame. I want to appreciate you as well for the contribution. It means a lot, when you see people actually, contributing and support. It means a lot. We don't take this for granted. So I want to appreciate all the super chat that came in here today. Thank you so much for standing with us. As well, for those who are still donating for our offices, Swahili Nation One Africa funding, I want to encourage you guys to keep donating. We still need your support. We need you guys to continue to do that. So I hope you can do that. The link is in the comment section. Go through that link and support. Give anything you can. We'll highly appreciate your contribution. Thank you very much. Until right now, it's already 5 hours, and we wanted to end at this point. So I appreciate you guys, and we're just gonna have a quick word of prayer, and then we'll be getting out of here. So we appreciate you guys once again. And let me just remind you guys that we have live stream here every single day. Today, yes, it's Saturday, but tomorrow, Mwenda Tezi, our brother, will be hosting the Hidden Hands. Very interesting show, very, very interesting show. So I want to invite everybody to come in to contribute. We need you guys to come and to be involved. On Monday, I will be having a conversation as well, pretty much an interview with someone. I'll let you guys know on our social media. So join me on that conversation as well. Tuesday, we'll have Tanzan for African traditions. Last week, we had an amazing session with Tanzan. Like, it was long time. It was for many hours. Even myself, like I was at work until maybe 5 a.m. in the morning. My laptop even went off because I was just listening. It was an amazing conversation on Tuesday. So join those conversation as well about Africa. This Wednesday, it's going to be very interesting. Wednesday right now, we usually had the Education in 21st Century by Professor Ezra, but for now we put it a little bit on hold until further notice. So we're going to let you guys know in the future when we're going to continue with that. But on Wednesday instead, we're going to be having the open mic show. Open mic show. Let me show you guys a little bit what does it mean, open mic show. Okay, this is a very interesting show that you don't want to miss, especially this coming Wednesday.
Asali Ajibi.
Asali Ajibi, I should call myself Amika too.
It's called steering gate. Wait, that's my final answer.
Yeah, so this Wednesday, guys, it will be very interesting because this Wednesday I am actually trying to invite. I'm in a talk right now with one comedian in Africa. He rose up recently on YouTube, and most of you, I believe, you know him. I'm not gonna mention his name yet right now because he hasn't confirmed. But as soon as he confirms, you guys will see the post throughout. So I'm trying to reach out to this comedian, and we're gonna have a conversation with him, me and God's Power. We are co-hosting this show, Open Mic, and the idea of Open Mic show is for all the talents that are out there. If you're a comedian, if you're a musician, if you're a dancer, if you're a singer, if you're whatever it is, if you have any talent and you want to show that talent to our community, then you're welcome in that show. You're welcome in that show. You're welcome to show. You're welcome to do anything. If you're a comedian, we'll have people listen to you here. You come on the live stream and you try to do your thing. You know what I'm saying? This is the place where we're nourishing those talents, for our Africa brothers and sisters. You never know who you're going to become next, right? What we are doing here, this live stream, later on we'll have actually events that we do. Events. We'll have events doing every single time. We'll have a media that will be broadcasting 24/7. So whatever talents that you have, this is the time to actually get involved. Show yourself. You know what I'm saying? Do whatever you want to do in that show. And at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You'll be able even to make a living out of that. Want to support all the talents, everything that we have. So things are getting, a little bit more serious right now. So join us on our Wednesday show, Open Mic, and come with anything that you have. All right. Come with anything that you have, and it's going to be amazing. And this Wednesday, hopefully, I'm going to have conversation. We're going to have conversation with one of the comedian. He became really popular these days on YouTube. So it's going to be amazing to have him over and to just hear what he says. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That is Wednesday, and Thursday is Potential in Africa. Oh, yeah. Thursday in Potential in Africa by Dr. Ebenezer. And on Friday, it will be the weekly recap by His Excellence Ezra. And most of us will be here to kind of just do this fundraising. And Saturday, you have Biggie with his show of Diaspora Talk. But there's a little bit of change of the shows. So from this next Tuesday, Swahili session, it will be here at 9 p.m. East African time on Tuesday. But for the show of Tanzan, African traditions, it will be on the same day, Tuesday, but not 9 p.m. East African time. So it will be a little bit, later on, and nearly the, I think nearly Wednesday, on our time in the morning. But I will let you guys know. We'll inform you guys on our social media what time we're gonna have Africa Traditions. And let me try to see here if I have Tanzan, if can respond to this. I have to ask her if she will be here. Tanzan. Yeah, hopefully she can respond to this right away, and yeah, I'll let you guys know very soon. All right, guys. So once again, I want to appreciate for everything, and thank you so much. I'm just going to go ahead to raise a word of prayer and thanksgiving, and then I'll come back to you. God, I thank you for today, for this conversation talk we had with our brothers from Djibout, Somalia, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Sudan, and Kenya as well, and myself from Africa, Tanzania. We thank you that we had a very productive talk, and most importantly, what we wanted to have today, we truly got it. And so we're going to have many conversations like this, and we just want to pray that you continue to strengthen us, and most importantly, bring us together, because that's what we are asking for, and that's what we are working for daily and night. I thank you. I give you praise in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. Hey guys, appreciate. I'll be getting out of here right now, but I want to leave you guys with, I want to leave you guys with the truth about Africa, right? I'll leave this page here, and you guys feel free to donate anything you have, and I'll just leave this for a second for you guys to listen to this. All right. I think Tanzan had said 6 p.m. East African time. 6 p.m. East African time. Okay. All right. So for now, 6 p.m. East African time. But also I will confirm with her again, and then stay connected with our Instagram. Instagram, guys, our Instagram page. I'll share with you here, guys. Official Swahili Nation. If you write Official Swahili Nation, it's our Instagram page. Follow us there. And also Twitter is One Swahili Nation. Swahili Nation name was taken, so right now you can just write One Swahili Nation. That's our Twitter account, and as well as Facebook page is Swahili Nation. So follow us, like us, and just stay connected, because that's where we give information often, as well as the community tab of our YouTube channel. We'll be giving you guys information there as well. So stay connected with us, and it's gonna be amazing. yeah, appreciate, guys, appreciate. Yeah, the goal of what we're doing here today is to bring our people together through differences. I love that. Bringing our people together through our differences, you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of drawing the line, but we're bringing our people together with our differences, you know what I'm saying? While we're working on them, while we are addressing them, while we're telling each other the truth, the facts, and we're bringing each other together. So that was the goal of today's conversation, and I think we achieved our goal at the end of the day. Yeah. So all this work we are doing, you help us, give us office, and you'll see what will happen. You'll see what will happen. Anyways, guys, I gotta leave now. I'll leave you with this. I love you. Thank you so much, everybody, and I believe we'll see one Africa in our generation. We'll see it. With conversations like this, there is no other choice. We will see it. I love you, and I have to leave you guys. I'm sorry. The world that we are living right now, there's so much lies, and we're living lies. Sometimes, even when you speak the truth, people, they're not interested in the truth. People, they don't pay attention to the truth. They don't want to hear it. But what is truth? What is truth? Is truth, is it what you read from the books? For example, if you want to know about Africa, is it what you read on the book? Things that different people, they write, right? Their opinion about Africa? Or is it something that somebody tells you about yourself, that this is the truth? This is who you are. For me, at least for me, the truth for me is that still small voice inside of me. Like when the whole world is telling you that this is impossible, achieving one Africa in our generation is impossible. We have been struggling for that for like 60 years and we still don't have unity in Africa. It is impossible. There are there's still small voice inside of me that tells me that it's possible to achieve that. When the world is telling you that, you know what, you cannot do this. I mean, you're African, you cannot make it, especially outside of Africa, because you're black, you cannot make it. There's still small voice inside of me that is telling me that you can do. That is truth for me. And each one of us, we have that instinct inside of us. Regardless of what the world tells you, regardless of what has been written in the books, because everything you see is opinion of people. They did their own research, they discovered some stuff and they wrote it. That means you can find your own truth as well. And it's inside of us, that voice. And if you never heard that voice, then I think you can do whatever you want to do, whether it's meditation, whether it's research, whether it's going to school, and find the truth at the end of the day, because the truth will be there. The world we're living in today and the system of this world, it was never created for black people or for Africans. This system, as they were creating it, like Africa, you and me, we were outside of the picture. That's why today, you African, you can go anywhere around the world and still feel like it's not your home, still feel like you're isolated, exploited, you're not belonging there because it's not your system. Our ancestors, when they were taken a long time ago during slavery and brought there, they were brought there not to have a good life. No, they were brought there to work for white men, to develop them. Today, you have a lot of countries out there that are developed because of the blood, sweat, and tears of a black man. That's how it was created. So it's true, today we're fighting for the rights outside of Africa, but I'm afraid that we might not be able to see that. And I'm being optimistic when I say this, because unless that system change, we cannot see that change, because it was never created for you at the first place. But sadly, not only outside of Africa, when you come inside of Africa, we are still struggling with the same system. And today I'm going to share with you some of the lies that we have believed for so long time about Africa and about ourselves. But it's all about the propaganda of changing the narratives and the beliefs about Africa so that we may never succeed. And I'm not going to point fingers at anyone. In fact, I always point fingers at us as Africans. The lie began from the very beginning of time, right? And I can ask you one question right now. What does history tell you about Africa? Who discovered Africa? If you write right now on Google, who discovered Africa, you find out that is one white man, that he came and discovered Africa. And you can ask yourself that how can you discover a place that already exists? How can you discover a place that people already live in that place? It is impossible, but that's what the history tells us. That's what people believe about Africa, that it was discovered by a white man. This guy, he came and then he went back, he gave a report. And then the next we know is colonialism, because those guys, they sat somewhere to divide Africa like a piece of cake because they discovered it, they own it, it belonged to them. But that is us. We discovered, we're the first people to know. And today you have a lot of people around the world that they think that Africa was discovered by them. So they divided us, right? Divide the continent and give each other some pieces. When you go to Angola, Angola was part of Congo Kingdom, guys. It was not even called Angola, it was Angola. Angola, it means the kingdom. That's the meaning of Angola. Even the capital city of Angola, they say it's Luanda right now, but it used to be called Luanda. But you know, those white men, when they came, again, guys, I'm not anti-West. Don't get me wrong. But again, when those colonizers came, what they did, this is what they say. They say, if you read in the history, they'll tell you that they were not able to pronounce Ngola. It is impossible. Like, you are smart, you study, you're civilized, that's how you see yourself, and you cannot pronounce the word Ngola. So it changed to Angola. Luanda, it changed to Luanda. And so many other different places. If you type right now on Google, who discovered, the first person to discover Victoria Falls is a white man. David Livingstone, he's the one who discovered Victoria Falls. But the people of Batonga, they used to name that place Mosi Oatunya, the smoke that thunders. That's the original name of Victoria Falls. But today, everybody will say, we call it Victoria Falls. And we say that David Livingstone discovered that. And we still praise the name of the Queen Victoria. The same thing to the Lake Victoria. We call it Lake Victoria, but that lake, it had its original name the way before that guy came and discovered that. These are lies. Not only that, even the word Africa. Do you know who discovered the word Africa? You know who named our continent? It's a white man. It was not Africa. I told you that the Congo kingdom was bigger kingdom all the way to Angola. Let me call Angola. All the way to Angola, and then they divided it. People, like right now, if you see African map, there is part of Angola is inside Congo. Do you know that? Not only that, they use another way to teach different language. So people in Angola, they started to learn how to speak what? Portuguese. And people from Congo, they started to learn how to speak Belgium. Why? They were united, they were strong, but they had to divide them by teaching them different language so that they may not appreciate their culture, they may not be grateful with who they are, they may not embrace their identity and learn another identity. They were not done, they didn't stop there. Oh, they took some of our people. They found some people who, like Africans who were like strong like me, handsome like me. They took them and they took them away of the continent. Skillful Africans. These days we call like brain drain, right? They took them away because they wanted to develop themselves. And today, when you look at African, everybody out there think that Africa, they have low IQ. Who is the founder of IQ anyways? Africans, they're poor. Africans, they need support. Africans cannot survive without us being there, because from the first place, we went there, we discovered them, we taught them, we helped them to develop. Today, we're even happy when you look at South Africa, the way it developed, and we are happy about that. That, hey, look at this. But you can see what is going on in South Africa there. The division that is in that country, our brothers and sisters, it's outrageous. So the lies began all the way from the beginning to divide us, to change us, and to change our history. Today, Africans, we are struggling with identity. We're struggling with division. We look at each other differently because of our tribes, because of our color, because of our nationality, because of our languages. And we're still struggling with that. We don't think we're one people. We don't think we're one family because of someone else who had its own interests to divide and to conquer Africa. And it's still happening today. We ask ourselves every single day, why Africa is poor? Africa is poor because we don't have our identity anymore, because somebody else named our identity. And the big person to blame there is us Africans, who allowed that to happen back then and who are still allowing it to happen even today. I was asking myself, if we know how much unity means to Africa, we know that unity is power. You cannot know the meaning of power, and you cannot know the true meaning of power if you don't have unity. If you don't have unity, you don't have power. Africans, we don't know the meaning of power because we don't have unity. I'm telling you guys, power is not in the military. It's not in that. It's not about that. It's about the unity. And we'll never get to know the meaning of power if we are not united. And leaders and everybody in Africa knows that the only thing that can change Africa is unity and oneness. But we don't pursue it. But we are not ready to do it. Why is that? Because we have been comfortable for so long, living divided, losing our identity, and we are not ready to put on the work to find our true identity from the beginning, the true history of Africa even before colonization. Know who we really are as Africans. This is what I say all the time, that Africa is a big family with 55 different children. These 55 different children, they don't have same behaviors. They don't have the same, they don't look alike. Sometimes they don't even speak the same language. It depends where they grew up. But we are family. Why 55? Because 54, there are countries inside Africa, and that one country is diaspora, Africans all around the world, and they are our family. Because Africa is not just a place, but Africa is people. Me and you, we are Africa. The world is telling you this, that there's developing country, there's developed country. That's what they say. I never seen Africans say that. Who say that? White man. He said that. Oh, you guys, Africa, you're a developing country. Oh, us, we're a developed country. Let me ask you a question. Developed country means you got yourself figured out. But why all the time, constantly, you're looking forward and you try to exploit Africa to develop yourself? If you're developed, you don't need to develop yourself. You're a developed country. You got yourself figured out. And we are the ones that are developing. And yet, you exploit us. The truth is, we are all developing country, guys. The reason why there's this lie, so that you may look down on yourself. You may look down on yourself and believe that you need help, you need support, you need loans, you need aids, and you always beg to that because you want to develop. You are still not developed. What is the true meaning of developing? What is the meaning of that? And today, the system of this world was never created for Africans, and yet we still try to develop according to the Western standard. That development is having tall buildings, like long buildings and all this stuff. It's not about that. What about community? What about where people live? What about food? What about infrastructure? Do we really need tall and long building while our people are dying in Africa because of hunger? Why don't we invest that money into food? Why don't we empower our farmers so that they can produce more and Africa will never struggle with food? Today we have to ask for food from outside to come to, like the World Food Organization, they have to support Africa for that. It's shame on Africa and shame on us. Africa is a continent that can sustain itself without depending anyone, without relying on anyone for 100, even 1,000 years, because Africa is the only continent that has everything, like name it, everything we have it in Africa. Is the richest continent in the world. We cannot be free until we're in charge and we are in control of our own narratives, of our own medias, of our own economy. The reason why we're still poor because our economy is controlled by the Westerners. You can never be free if your economy is controlled. The reason why the media never talks positivity about Africa because it's not African media. They have their own agenda. Just like I told you, all these lies about Africa, they have their own agenda. They will never talk positivity about Africa. We want to transform and change Africa, and we cannot change Africa if we do not change. Yes, we're talking about the biggest problem we have in Africa is unemployment, but I want you to change that word problem to opportunity. For me, I don't see anything as a problem. It's an opportunity. Unemployment is an opportunity for you to discover, for you to do something to create jobs in Africa. Because in the age today, it's not about sitting and waiting for government to employ you, but you stepping outside, see the problem. One of my friends once said, you have to fall in love with the problem, because once you fall in love with the problem, you do research, you search about it, and you try to do something about it. And eventually you bring that change that Africa needs. If I want to change anything surrounding me, then I have to change from inside out. And I'll be able to bring that change that Africa needs. And youth, we're the leaders of today, we're leaders of tomorrow. We always hear that. And we have that in our hands. It's an opportunity for us to bring that change. Thank you so much.